Sound check, sound check. What's going on right now is a discussion about the Navy.
Trying to catch up.
Are we on air?
Yes, right now, yeah.
We are. Okay. So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good midnight, whenever it is you're listening. We welcome you to dive 0443 of Sebastian. We are headed down to the flanks of San Juan Seamount. This is a very large seamount that sits, I don't know, 150 miles or so offshore of Southern California. We've been here before, once in October on the Nautilus, and yesterday we dove on the southern part of the seamount to pick up some colonization experiments. And today we are headed down to a region on the northern part of the seamount that we've never seen before. We're not sure if anybody else has. We'll be climbing from about 1,440 meters up to maybe 1,200 or so meters depth along a little ridge, hoping to reach a pinnacle that appeared in the bathymetry. And our goal is to characterize the biodiversity of animal and microbial life on the mineral-rich hard grounds that occur on this seamount. Because of its position offshore and exposure to low oxygen waters, there are iron manganese crusts that form. We're interested in knowing what kinds of animals live and microbes live on these crusts and whether they are obligate to these substrates or opportunistic. Based on what we've seen on San Juan Seamount before, we expect to find corals, sponges, fish, and other hard ground associated faunas. And we'll see what we find. It's truly an exploration cruise. There's interest in collecting the animals for the study of biopharmaceutical potential, especially in the sponges and corals, also in the microbes associated with the rocks. So we'll be taking samples along the way of both the rocks and the animals. Our lab studies these small invertebrates called macrofauna that live on the rocks. Typically you don't see them in the video that live streams, but there are often many very tiny polychaetes, crustaceans, and mollusks attached and sponges attached to these rocks in this region. You want to say something about the geology?
I can, sure. Yeah.
Okay, and my name's Lisa Levin. I'm at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I have a co-lead scientist beside me, Kira Mizell from USGS, and she's going to tell us about the geology of this seamount.
Good morning for any geology interested or nerdy people out there. San Juan Seamount is a volcanic edifice that's on the edge of the borderland. We've just left the borderland today and we're on this chain of seamounts just west of the Southern California Borderland, which is an extended continental shelf. And San Juan Seamount is a fairly young seamount for the Pacific. It's about, some of the oldest basalts that have been dated are around 22 million years old. But it's had some more recent volcanism, some around 16 and 7 million years ago, and there have even been some basalts that are only 2 million years old, which sounds like a long time ago in the span of human lifetimes, but as far as seamount volcanic features go, that's fairly recent. So while we're out there today, we might run into some fresher basalts that don't have as much ferromanganese coating on them, but we will hopefully find some of the older volcanic material that's been accumulating ferromanganese crusts on them as they precipitate from seawater onto the surface of those basalts at a rate of about 1 millimeter per million years. So we'll have a lot of fun, rugged terrain on this really large seamount. It's, as Lisa said, it's the biggest of this small chain here. And hopefully we'll see some great rocks and topography that's providing an interesting habitat for all of the creatures that the biologists on board are interested in. one other little factoid that I was just reading about was that San Juan Seamount and this little chain here is thought to have formed from an abandoned spreading ridge. So there may have been, in the oceans we have these giant spreading ridges that are where the oceanic plates are being pulled apart, and that's causing magma to come up and form new material at the seafloor. And so there's some evidence based on the chemical composition of the basalts from San Juan Seamount that it may be part of an abandoned spreading center where that spreading ceased and it turned into a transform ridge instead of a spreading center. So I think that's a pretty interesting deep time fact to consider. So welcome to the dive. We look forward to getting to the bottom and seeing what kinds of rocks and associated biology we have today. And that's what I have to say about that.
14 for one.
During our descent, we've had a really lovely view of different forms of marine life in the water. Between about 40 and 60 meters, we had quite a few pyrosomes. These are colonial tunicates floating around about the size of an index finger. Further down, we've run into a number of squid, ctenophores, some jelly creatures, including one we didn't know what it was, perhaps a dead jellyfish. And these animals are very, very fragile, but truly magnificent when you can watch them through a high-resolution camera like we have here on the Falkor and on Sebastian. Unfortunately, they don't retain their privilege to be able to look at them through the eyes of the ROV undisturbed in their natural environment. It's always really exciting to be going someplace you've never been before, never seen, and so we are just about 100 meters off the bottom now. I can't wait to see what the bottom looks like.
What are you hoping we find today?
We are hoping to find ferromanganese encrusted rocks that we can sample, and a whole variety of megafaunal sponges, corals, maybe bryozoans, polychaetes, crustaceans, mollusks, and lots of echinoderms, I think. We'll see very varied ones, including some interesting echinoderms that are adapted to living on hard surfaces, like soulless. Looks like our, is this Facebook or YouTube that we're looking at here?
So the far left of that screen is Facebook, and the right hand side of the screen is YouTube comments.
I see a hi Lisa from Cindy Thomas. Cindy, are you the Cindy Thomas in North Carolina that used to work in my lab? Somebody I haven't been in touch with for a long time. I think we have a very fortunate situation where there's live streaming from 3 different operations in the deep sea all on one day at the same time. It would be really fun to create a channel where people could see all 3 live streams on the same web address.
I know that there's some sort of thing that we're doing with the other major ones as well. I don't know if they have like a specific budget, but I know that there's some working together with them. You know,
The big one that used to do all of them is the place that they're on, the space center. I'm not sure. I don't really don't have anything directly to do with that. But they do the Nautilus and they did something else.
Ocean Exploration Trust has
Yeah.
the Nautilus out, and the Okeanos Explorer's out in the Atlantic right
yes,
now.
So Okeanos Explorer does that, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah.
I'm pretty sure this ship has the best cameras, though.
But the ROV one is just amazing. There's the amount you can zoom in.
Yep. You folks are so quiet at changing people that it's like I look forward and then I look back and it's like somebody turned into somebody else. Hey Rod, you turned into Ben.
what's that? Far away.
Paul's gonna be so frustrated if we land on sediments and there's no push push.
We'll get him good
Who knows?
sponges, corals.
What?
We'll get him some good sponges and corals.
Well, we will. Eventually. We'll see what the first part of the terrain looks like. Sometimes I feel like we should shift the morning and afternoon shifts so that we get the ridges and pinnacles and high points for a while.
You want to try at least one dive where we do that?
But
You want to try at least one dive where we do that? Where we switch the morning?
if they're willing, we'll see.
I don't know, it might be a grass is greener effect.
What did the second shift find yesterday? I found something interesting. Was it a big sponge?
We saw all those huge sponges.
Sure.
Or no? Oh, really?
No.
There was a very large arsenic sponge that I saw.
Well, not yesterday, the day before though at Hancock Bank.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention.
Anybody see the bottom?
Yesterday, well, they had the shallower site had more.
I guess
coral
I
and
do.
stuff.
Or 11
Is
meters
that the
depth.
bottom there?
Yeah.
It's hard to see it on this camera.
It's like, he's looking out way into it, so.
Here we are. It's nice and rocky. Yay! There's a sponge. There's another sponge. Are you happy, Joanna? And there's rocks.
Yeah,
Lots of rocks.
debris fields are not my favorite. Fingers crossed.
So that would be a hexactinellid sponge, right? Possibly with a few shrimp inside.
Very rocky. That's different.
That's a good thing. We're happy to see rocks on the bottom. This project is really all about describing the marine communities associated with these rocks. Oh, and here comes the sponge. Do you know what sponge this is, Joanna?
We're trying to look it up, but there are so many sponges, they look all very similar. And, yeah. So it's a bit hard to tell. But Lisa, you think it's a glass sponge? Why do you think that?
Because that's what most sponges are down here, but
Is it?
I mean, there's traditionally some glass sponges that look like this, but I'm not a sponge taxonomist, so.
You wanna look at that one?
Yeah, well, I'd like to zoom in. I'm happy to do it. Just tell me when I can handle the controls without bothering you.
Can you tell me how big this one is, more or less?
Could you put the lasers on? Long?
We could already
Do you want to try to
collect this
look
one.
inside?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Oops, the other way. Spicules. I don't know if those are glass spicules.
Say word parking. You want to park?
I'm
This one.
okay.
Park.
Do we want to look at the rocks? Are we pretty sure it's just a bunch of basalt?
When we were zoomed in, some of that, it looks like crust textures, so we can poke around and see if we can find a good one.
Yeah, Paul says go for the sample.
Here.
You want the whole sponge?
Well, we can leave a little piece left behind so it regrows.
Okay.
But yeah, we would like to get a substantial amount so we can use it also to look at secondary metabolites. For that, we usually need quite some material so that our chemists
What do you think
can
about the rocks? There's a pretty good view of them.
distinguish the structures.
Somebody's unhappy.
I took it outside. So the sheet outside.
Did you say 071?
I like keeping stuff
First
like
sample
that.
shows 071.
We don't have the best view here, but it's so pretty. So, did you hear Joanna about leaving a little bit of it?
Okay. How much? Like a few inches?
Let's say, can we get the upper 3/4?
Sure. Where would you put it?
Do you think it'll fit in a quiver?
Yeah,
I
it should,
think
yeah.
so. It looks like it's quite flexible.
Okay, so if we're gonna collect a sponge, do you want Niskins first, or do you wanna wait
Yes.
and see if we successfully get it?
I would prefer to get a nisket first because as soon as we touch the sponge and damage the tissue, a lot of the bacteria will go out into the water.
Look it up.
And I would need the water without those bacteria as a control to be able to tell apart which bacteria are from the sponge and which are from the water.
Is one Niskin bottle enough?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Up would be a sip to make sure I don't get anything like
Yeah, that's crusts. Those are good botryoids on the surfaces. You see all the bumps.
Okay, so we could do some rock collection here as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so
back all the way.
As long as
we're gonna want 2 Niskins,
Yep.
so
Are we collecting rock here too?
I think we will.
So pop the skins 1 through 3.
So I'm gonna ask for three Niskins,
Yeah, Niskins,
okay,
1 through 3.
so we can get some. So 3 Niskin bottles,
Green
please.
distance. Do you want to do them all before I do the sponge though?
Yes.
So that should be simple 071, 072, 073.
Yep.
Look up for me fast down here. I'll do that.
Let's see. 2 and 3.
3.
All 3 are closed. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Lisa, can I take the first one and you take the other 2 from here? Is that okay?
That's fine.
That I should be able to that bar real quick. We'll go down some of those.
Is that just fresh water flowing out?
Yes.
Looks kind of cool.
It does. When first I saw it, I was reading.
It's like, oh, we have dry ice down there. Oh, you found a groundwater seep.
I'm gonna put this over to left a little bit so that
No, jar is for this section. We
Okay,
call them
so should we
jars.
call
So
this quiver?
quiver,
Quiver.
quivers. You have a sea cube. Does that mean coral quiver?
yes.
There's
Or-
definitely a coral bias in the deep sea research here. We'll fix that.
So you want the top 2/3, right, or 3/4?
Yes.
You want to leave that much.
No, that's get that much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, great. Hey, Gabbo, we just doing a quick water sample from Sorry about the bit. So just 10 seconds.
That's our surface bucket.
I don't think I'll fit the jaw.
Okay, half.
How's that?
That's what's gonna fit in
Is
the
that
coral
good for it?
quiver.
There.
Yeah. That's about 2/3.
Yes.
It's
Well
okay.
done, guys, and it looks good as new. The rest
You want me to
is still
zoom
there.
in on it here?
Yeah.
Can we get, I don't know, that's beautiful.
I'll get it.
Very beautiful. I think I'm all the way zoomed in. I might not be. You want a closer shot?
Wow, looks good.
Oh, maybe
Do
not.
you have a preference of how I put it in? You want to do bottom first or top first?
Maybe try to, if you could squeeze it as little as possible, that would be nice. So like just upside down, I guess.
Okay. It might be too big to go that way, like that big around. If I go in that way, it might be a little bit easier and do less damage to the bottom part.
Okay.
We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, just you guys are the experts here. But I mean, it's quite soft, right?
Yeah.
So it will fit somehow.
What always amazes me is how clean these sponges are. They're not covered with other animals. I think when they're alive, they protect themselves, don't you think?
Yeah. So a lot of sponges produce all kinds of chemicals, so nothing can grow on them because it's a very toxic environment.
That's how you tell when a sponge is dead.
No. And sometimes there's other animals sitting on the sponges, like sometimes it's
Ooh, that's a
brains
tight fit.
that actually use the chemicals and defend themselves. So what's happening now?
Wow. Nice job.
That's a perfect fit, I would guess.
Is it fitting?
I can't. It
think
looks
so.
from this side, but look over there.
You're doing well. I think it's going down there.
It looks perfect.
We'll have to start calling these sponge quivers
Yes.
instead of coral quivers. However, I'm not going to write it down until it's.
Yeah. I actually don't know that it's going.
No,
I mean, Joanna,
like at that
you,
point you
you
go
could
down,
have it in the bio box if
push the
you
sides.
really need it like totally intact and not disturbed.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to push it in.
It's okay. It's just, I think, just push it in there. It's gonna be enough tissue left. And also, like the cells that get squished out of the sponge, they can potentially float around and settle again and become a new sponge. So maybe we are helping it to reproduce right now.
That's an optimistic way of looking at what we're doing.
Yeah, that's the cool part about sponges. You cannot really kill them.
So take a look at the rocks. See
I
if
have
you
them.
think if you've got a specific one in mind, or. There's our shrimp. So these are, is this the Japanese wedding sponge? Certainly this type of sponge is
Spraying out, you want?
is well known for hosting
Is there any
pairs of
place to
shrimp.
put it?
What do you think, Joanna? It's not going in.
Yeah.
It's not going in.
No. Can we use the BioBox G?
Yeah, sure.
Alright.
So that was a white shrimp inside. Did anybody see if there were two shrimps?
I only saw one in there.
Okay.
The hit exit when it's being exit. I can try that. See what happens. It is
We lost our shrimp, didn't we?
No, it's still in there.
Going for a roller coaster. But he said it looks like a waffle.
Yeah, it's still the same problem. Yeah. So I'll just put it in the box.
Yeah, sounds good.
If that shrimp wants to leave it, she do it now.
So is this the famous Lucas Flowers basket?
They could all be connected.
So there won't be individual rocks.
We,
Yeah.
when we can try, but I'm just seeing now some of them look pretty attached.
But it just it's always completely.
That's why I didn't write it down.
I didn't write the whole thing, but I did write October 16. Because I was excited to
Probably just have the idea later.
share. Because it probably has a bunch of material in it.
Slide it off.
That's their call.
The handle's
I
like
mean,
on the bottom.
Joanna,
Sorry?
are you gonna worry about sponge cells getting into 16 if we wanna use it for another sample? That was Kira's question.
Like, should we
I
avoid
mean,
it?
but maybe if we leave the lid open for a while, it's gonna dilute. You could.
So hard
There's not a loop on there?
It's way down at the bottom.
It's little. It's got it.
Well, one thing you can say about the rocks, it looks like there's not that much living on there, but then when you zoom in close, you can see a lot of brittle stars.
Yeah, there's a lot of
all
really
over
thin
them.
brittle stars.
Yeah.
Yes, good set video.
Yeah.
There
He's gonna
goes
put this
our,
outside the box. He's
In the box, where do you want?
In the insert.
In it? Okay.
Blue, yellow, 9.
It's blue, yellow, 9, yep.
Let's see if I can move it. I won't be able to do it like that.
But again, wait till it's in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that our dive or somebody else's?
What color is this sponge? You
All right,
think?
you're gonna push out just a little bit.
Okay, Roger, pushing out.
It's pretty yellow.
Ready?
Yeah.
Or is it white?
Keep going. It's a yellow. It's more yellow than white, I think.
Cream.
Keep going. All right, I'll stop. I'll stop. All right.
Because these are, if it's this Japanese wedding sponge you said, all the pictures I can find, it looks really white.
So maybe this is something else. Yeah.
So, yeah, but it's the closest we can get to an idea right now. Eupactella,
Okay.
would that make sense?
Yeah, but I'm not a sponge
Yeah.
person. I like them.
So there is more than 5,000 species of sponges described and a lot still undiscovered. And there is really only few people in the world that are expert in identifying sponges, and I'm not one of them.
Yet. You know, there's a lot of.
Yeah.
074, right?
Grab that blue out of them.
Oh, 7-4, yes.
And it's in Firebox 9.
Blue, yellow, 9.
What's that? Oh. Alright.
So before we, I realize you have to close the box, but we like to look around at the rocks and see if there are loose ones that are collectible.
What I'll do.
And they won't go in this box
Alright.
anyway.
So it'd be easier once I can use this arm to open it back up. But yeah. Where were you on that one, Ben?
I have an excuse. Got bad.
074, right?
074, yes. Right there. 163310. TC.
So we're not gonna put any in this one, so I'll go ahead and put the bungee back on it. We'll leave it off,
Will it fly open?
probably.
Okay, then we better put the
Not
bungee
for
on.
flying slow.
So.
I mean, you can leave it while we collect rocks. Well, I guess you don't want it in the way, so we should cover it, close it. I
we
mean,
can get it real fast.
I don't want the lid flying out.
Yeah, let's
Getting
close it.
them in their field of view.
Because we will get a rock and then see something else. This is the first place we landed.
What?
This is the first place we landed.
I know. Do you think we should not collect a rock?
No, I think we should. I'm just saying so we should close it because we'll get a rock and then move on.
Yeah. This old BioBox G is funny. I've had it for decades. It's kind of a sometimes we use it as a toolbox. We put our tools inside. We don't always take it to the bottom of the ocean. I don't even know where I got it.
Yeah, it's funny the way that they're just regular old boxes. Just throw them on an ROV and you're on your way. The bungee system seems a little difficult though.
I'm not sure people can hear you when you're talking, Joanna, you know, on the live stream.
Right now, that's a good thing.
But there was a comment about being far away from the mic or something, you know. I don't, is the Facebook scrolling with messages? It's
No,
always
people
the same.
don't really comment on that.
On Facebook, they
Yeah.
just watch.
Yeah, I pretty. There's only those 3.
YouTube is typically far more active.
You can't go to supertrack support, so.
There was a question in the chat about the green laser. Understand exactly how big the biological and geological features are that we see. They're set 10 centimeters apart. And so they don't do any harm to the creatures down here. They're just visual cues to let us know the sizes of things.
This is attached to it.
You did great.
Thank you.
It's
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in now, if that's okay. We're just gonna take a look at some of the rocks here. Kira pointed out that although they look like a pile of separate rocks, they may actually be part of a single lava flow and thus all attached to one another and not really recoverable. What do you think? Maybe there's one there, but let me scroll out. Which one are you talking about?
It can poke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see anything that?
I mean, they all look this kind of lumpy texture is ferromanganese crust, and they all look like they've been here similar amounts of time. They have similar lobe shapes, so the crust thickness on all of them should be similar. So if there's one you can see from another view that looks loose, we can certainly pick it up and take a look.
They don't look
I can
particularly
sort
loose to me.
Yeah, I mean, in this zoom in, I can't see the lasers to see the size.
I turned it off to stand by. Lasers are on over there.
Thank you.
There they are.
Oh,
See
there
them?
they are. So some of these, like that center one that's not as covered in sediment, is too big, or
This one right here?
yeah. I mean, I think that one's attached. I'm just trying to get my eyes on size.
I don't think, well, it's marginal.
Because I like that one.
You could see if it's loose. I guess it's
I
gonna
think
nudge
it's
it.
attached.
Wow. Let's check.
Yeah, it's definitely attached.
It's attached. Okay, I'm thinking
You can try that. Pick that one up.
Bring the camera.
which one are you looking at?
The one that Ben can see from up above. Did I say the right name?
Yeah.
Do you want me to stop? Are you using the camera? I'll stop. So the animal life, the small animal life on this rocks appears to be dominated by
Now we can go that one.
brittle stars,
Yeah, if we can pick it up and get a little zoom.
which are ophiuroids, and
He said you can hold the camera.
okay. I'll wait for him to stop.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like there's a whole lot
There's a brittle star on the bottom, let's say.
on the underside.
Yeah.
Some little tubes with tentacles at the end. Not
Yeah,
sure if
I-
those are entoprocs or ectoprocs or some other thing. Okay, so our compartments for this rock would be the two back bio boxes, and those are the place options, and
Yeah.
they got
Got it.
pictures. That will be rock one. or SCB-075, right?
075. Yeah.
So rocks that we collect like this will have a long, illustrious life of study. They'll be examined by what would you say, call it, Joanna, the genomic analyses. And are you doing metabolomics also?
No, maybe not me personally, but their colleagues at the Jensen lab will do metabolomics, and we'll look at what metabolites can be found on those rocks. And
Right.
then I will try to link it to potential microbes that we find.
Pick off animals like that brittle star, which
Oh, there it goes.
took off, and characterize the assemblages, looking at the composition, diversity, densities. So what we do is not only do we pull animals off the rocks, we let them sit overnight and let animals crawl out and off the rocks, and we collect them the next day. We wrap them in tinfoil to measure surface area. Knowing the weight of a single centimeter squared of tinfoil, we can weigh a monolayer of tinfoil and know roughly the surface area of the rock, and that allows us to calculate the density of animals and compare across regions of the ocean.
Similar in composition to rocks above water, and if so, where those would be found on land. And actually, so this rock we are holding in the claw now has two components to it. The black color that you're seeing on the outside, the kind of bumpy texture, is a mineral deposit that's formed on top of likely basalt. It's actually unique to the marine environment. There are no deposits of ferromanganese crust that have been uplifted onto the continent, and it requires seawater for the precipitation mechanism. So it's a completely unique mineral deposit, and it coats the majority of the seafloor to allow that precipitation mechanism. So it's a very widespread but unique to the marine environment. And the basalt underneath it is a volcanic rock that helped form this actual giant underwater mountain that we're looking at. And there are basalts on land in lots of places. They've been, both oceanic basalts have been uplifted onto the continent. There's an example of an outcrop would be the Monterey Formation in Northern California, north of San Francisco. You can see lots of oceanic basalts that have been uplifted onto land. So that it's a it's a combo rock. You get two types of minerals in this one rock that we're grabbing here.
You can see our colorful inserts. These BioBox, we've color-coded them and numbered them. And when we collect these rocks, by putting them in these isolated compartments, this means that any sample. We also can lift these out, bring them into the lab or into a cold room, and keep animals more or less in their living position. Sometimes we photograph through the clear plastic walls.
Alright, so the camera.
Let me just porch out.
Alright, turn the camera to the left.
Okay. That's it, Chris. Don't push it.
That's gonna fall. You're gonna porch
Let me
out.
porch out a little more. See what happens. Inches.
I put this in there.
you want to move the port arm out a bit, and I'll
What's that?
maximize the port route. Watching out. We'll go. Clear.
Our ROV team here is illustrating the importance of having two manipulators on a vehicle.
Let me it down.
Yeah. One to hold the door open and one to plop it in.
You have sit. Yeah. That's a little faster.
I'm not, it's unfortunate if the door can't stay open.
I'm trying out this one. I have to.
The arm can't come down over the lid when it's vertical like that. There's not enough.
Fall. Move to the sides.
Move the arm as well.
Yeah, move those forward. Yeah, this.
You're on arm.
What's that?
You're on that arm.
That just fell.
Did it fall into something?
fell
or-
on top of it.
Okay.
We will not take that rock.
Roger.
Just,
I just have long arm.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
Thank you.
turn that off. Watch.
Okay. Have you been watching? Good.
Yeah.
So where we're at, there's a rock that fell onto the coral cribbers. I don't know,
I can see it right
we,
now.
we.
You don't want to use it.
But we still have this problem of how to get the bio box door open. And how to get it to stay there. Okay. So we don't want to keep that rock.
Okay.
So hopefully you had it only as an intended
We did.
picture.
Yep.
I didn't
Or-
record anything. And for the folks listening, the reason we won't end up using this rock is because it's all of the biology might have fallen off when it landed, and because we're counting every little creature on there, we need it to be as intact, all the biology to be as intact from where we picked it up on the seafloor as possible. So it's no big deal. We're in a big rock field. And we can easily grab another.
And the life on that rock just got a reprieve. Back on the bottom.
So a lot of this is in place.
So we're pretty much looking around for a rock that's somewhere between 10 and 15 centimeters across, that's loose and not attached to gas flow.
Okay.
What do you think, Kira?
This drain. The lasers on it.
Yeah.
You
It's
want to zoom in on it and take a look?
sure. The majority of this looks pretty consistent.
Looks like it might be
It does,
attached
doesn't it?
to
Right on the right
to
side.
what's behind it, so
It
doesn't
is.
look loose.
Trickery.
Yeah, it's a lumpy, bumpy lava flow. Maybe the one, I don't know, that one by where the claw is now, or right below it.
The lasers are there now.
I don't
Well,
know.
there's one to the left that's smaller. Is that too small?
What?
Right where the claw's aiming. What do you think about that one? You want me to zoom in on it?
It's
Okay.
kind of small, but it's.
Ooh. That one right there.
Yeah, it's got crust on it. If it's loose.
It's pretty small. Our lasers are probably have to zoom out to see them, right? Yeah. So it looks like a 10-centimeter rock.
It's fine. They don't have to be huge.
Move it out the way so you can see.
What do you think?
It's fine.
Should we go for that one?
Yeah, let's go for it.
What's the span of the claw?
It's about 8 centimeters.
Oh,
Oh, that is very soft.
Okay.
Super soft.
That one they just rolled out.
What does it mean if it's soft like
it's
that?
crust. It's a lot of crust, and because crust
Okay.
is just a.
So we don't want it because
We don't
it's
want it?
This is
no.
Well,
Well, did it fall and topple?
yeah.
Yes, no? Drop
You
it
want
here.
it?
No, I mean
Okay.
I think for Lisa's purposes.
We need
no.
to try to keep them more or less intact with the upper part as we move them, and if
What
they
about this one?
drop and fall,
So we're all got one
We're gonna-
off that.
What about this one right here? Next to it.
does it look
If it's
loose to you?
loose-
If it's
I'll get-
loose
I'll
and
get a little tap.
it should be fine. Yep.
It's very soft too. That's gonna blow up in the
I mean, is it crumbling under the pressure of the jaw?
Yeah.
The crust shouldn't be that crumbly, should it?
Maybe it's coating carbonate.
Well,
I'm not sure.
let's try to pick that up and see what happens. Maybe you can get an angle that is gentle. I'm intrigued by crumbly crusts.
Well, on the tops of seamounts like this, you can often, that's another thing about shallow depths, is you'll often get a lot of carbonate sediments draping the upper portion of the seamounts, and crusts, if it's quiescent enough, then crusts will form on that sediment as well. So you can have poorly consolidated carbonate
Oh,
sediments.
look at that. Yeah, we saw it just
There's
like
the
break
sediment.
apart.
Yeah,
Go for a grab?
it's up to Lisa. I mean, it's crust, but it's just how much can it be
Yeah, let's
moved.
try to see if we can recover most of this rock, it'll be fine. It'll be interesting if it is. Oh, why would this be carbonate? This big field.
Because it's a seamount. That's one of the main sediment types that will, especially when the seamount is shallower before it has densified, cooled, and begun to subside and go deeper in depth, then you can
Tell me when I
accumulate-
can zoom in.
Can we also get a close up on the rock?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. The crust is just peeling off. Whoops. What do you think, Kira? It's just that layer on the outside, right?
Yeah, it's not the best.
Okay, I think we will skip this sample since we've lost such. Well, it's got some interesting biology.
We can
Let's
take
just-
it. There's still some crust on there. You decide.
All right, we'll take it. Let me. Can you hang there just for a second while I get. Okay, what I was going to try to do is zoom in on what might be a nudibranch. Or something else. It's a serpulid there. You can see there is carbonate on the inside of this rock, which is strange, but
It's not.
not. Okay, good. It's not the best though because we lost the outer creature, half of it. But we'll just make a note. So brown 7.
SCP-075, round 7.
Well, do you want to move on and?
Yeah, I think we'll start traveling. We haven't actually gone anywhere yet on this dive since we've landed.
Ooh, good landing spot. Yeah, it seems
Thank
like
you.
it's a lava flow that was covered in biogenic carbonate sediments and has now been sitting here long enough as it's subsided to be coated in brown manganese crusts. It's quite common on volcanic seamounts on the upper summits.
Actually,
Okay.
in and amongst the rocks. Uh-oh. That's why our bio boxes look like Jackson Pollock paintings when they arrived. Maybe we'll do a tramp.
Tom's birthday then?
Oh yeah. I totally forgot. I sat next to her at breakfast.
Yeah, I was sitting next to her too. I didn't even remember that there's this sign up that there's one the sign up 1 foot away.
Happy birthday. Our artist is having a birthday. Maybe we should broadcast.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Tanya. What can we do?
I'm gonna try to push this down right here. See if it'll shift down here. That's what I was trying to do.
Oh gosh. So we will be starting what we call a biodiversity transect. We're going to image the bottom for along 100 meters, and those videos will get analyzed for all the megafaunal animals that we can see.
Let's go to Plainies right there.
I'm ready. Calm down just a little more.
I didn't see this go to Plainies, but I see shrimp and galatheids.
Top left.
Got it. Okay, we're gonna begin the transect now.
Okay, start.
Alright.
Oh, I see some bivalves, maybe Icesta. There's some common bivalves that live on seamounts like that. It's interesting.
But it doesn't get an
There's
S-
another
it doesn't get
similar
an SCV
sponge,
number,
similar
right?
to the one.
It doesn't get an SCV number.
Yeah,
No, this is not a sample.
But you've recorded it as an event, right? As a way that we can pull all the auxiliary data. Wow. I mean, most of these rocks look loose to me, one way or another.
Yeah, this
So
is
are
a
we
bit
on a
different.
talus slope or some?
Yeah, we are climbing a slope, which means we could be looking at down a pile of debris that's fallen down.
There are sea urchins, more of these bivalves, a few bivalves. Probably everything's got some ferromanganese coating on the surface, right?
Yeah, definitely. Not a sparse density of macrofauna here. Good to keep in mind as we consider the overall density and diversity that we see while we're traversing these seamounts.
Somebody's asking regarding the box, what can and can't go together in a quadrant. What does that mean?
I think like how many inserts can
Yeah,
fit.
updated waypoint bridge.
I think what they're asking is why are our big boxes separated into multiple individual quadrants? I think you can explain that, Lisa. What goes in each quadrant?
Sure. Well, each sample, and they were specifically designed for rock samples, but any sample often was that if that happens, we have them all kept together in one, what we call insert, these plastic inserts. And so when we process them, we not only take out the rock and work with the rock, but we add all the debris that's fallen to the bottom of the insert into our sample as well and consider it part of the sample. It allows us to get a more accurate density of animals because some of the animals that live in these rocks are very mobile. Scale worms or brittle stars, they will swim off or jump off substrate if they're disturbed. So we're just trying to capture everything we can. Being other things during the dive, or stinging or disturbing. So the animal collections sometimes are not isolated, sometimes they all go together, but for quantitative analyses of little things, little animal, rhinoid maybe.
Two.
Yeah. Is that a sponge? Yeah, the Pharea sponge, yeah. It almost looks like animal density is going up as we climb. Sea urchins. That looks like a Bestipluma sponge.
Is that a coral in the corner?
Possibly.
Ooh, a huge
Can't
old
tell.
dead sponge.
A dead sponge skeleton. There's sea cucumber. That looks like Scotoplanes, you're right. Which is unusual. I only ever see them on sediment.
And they're sometimes hard to see, but for folks who are watching and for us too, we have the 2 green lasers on, which are harmless lasers that they project out from the ROV into the field of view to help boulders and giant fauna, but really those 2 green dots are 10 centimeters apart. So we're seeing rock cobbles, small boulders, some sea cucumbers and things that are approximately 10 centimeters long.
Halfway point. 50 meters to go.
Okay.
Okay, we're halfway. Thank you. All right.
With that pink, is that a cucumber?
I think it's a sea cucumber.
Which is
Sectioning
the
them.
pink?
They're transparent pink sea cucumbers. Pinkish. The bivalves are interesting though. I wonder why they're here. We haven't seen them other places.
Sneak in here. Hello, Dawn and Ethan.
Somebody's gonna name their van Dead Sponge Skeleton.
I like it. It's always hard to tell rock types from the outsides because they all get coated in this ferromanganese oxide crust. But you can tell by the shape California Borderland. And so this is likely a talus field of volcanic debris that has been created after as a mass wasting deposit as the
There's a surprisingly large numbers of dead sponge skeletons that we're seeing along here, and one of the ways living sponges tend to be very clean because they produce secondary metabolites that are toxic to other animals that might settle or eat on or eat them. You can see all the white sponges, I think they're Pharea, are pretty
we haven't seen one of those.
the urchin,
Yeah.
the sea urchin. I think
Is it Brazingid?
yeah, a Brazingid on the dead sponge along with sponge. Looks like it might still be alive or recently dead if it's a lithoted spider crab.
5 meters to go.
5?
Right
Yep.
side.
Alright, thank you.
Craig said nobody can hear me.
We can't hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Could move over. Maybe. That's it?
There's a shadow off to the core, huge shadow.
Are we at our end of our transect?
Almost.
huge shadow.
In transit.
Yeah, we can take a look.
Can you see it?
Yeah, right in front of us. Might be exclusive.
I don't see it. Do you see a shark?
There it is.
That's a snailfish, isn't it? That couldn't have made the huge shadow, could it have?
Well, if it came close to our lights.
I think that's a grenadier.
Yeah. So Greg would like a Scoto planis. I would like a rock. Joanna would like a sponge.
Yes, please.
Let's
So
be
many needs.
opportunistic here.
So we got a rock, a sponge, and what was the one that Greg wanted?
It's a sea. It's one of the pinkish transparent sea cucumbers, but it's a specific one, so we'll keep our eyes open.
Are you? But there's.
There for us.
Okay, well maybe we keep going. Though we might get bigger ones.
Okay.
That wasn't very huge. If you see a rock you're excited about, Carrie,
It's
tell
very
us.
uniform here. Looking.
There's a dead sponge. That might have been a furia. Mostly dead.
What's that thing?
Which? The animal?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is Devin? This one?
1 second, I can probably find it.
I think they're working on it. Lots of brittle stars. Lots of them starting to come.
Yeah. I think they're Acesta. It's the genus. So these furia look kind of small to me, Joanna.
Yeah, to me as well.
So I'm not sure it's worth stopping to sample them right here.
Yeah, it's okay. We can continue a bit.
We have a lot of, significant terrain to cover, I think, to get up on the ridge where there will be lots of big things.
To being a bit smaller.
It's true.
Look at the rock.
Stars right
Do we want a rock? Do we want a rock?
Yeah, I think we need rocks.
Okay, sure, let's get a rock. Please?
Oh,
Can I
can
look
we
around
look
here?
to the left and see this red thing?
What red thing?
Here, on the top now. It's very small.
Oh, the little jelly?
Is that a jelly or is it attached to the floor?
It's swimming. You mean this red thing?
Yeah, the little jelly.
It's one of those, I think it looks one of those common swimmer
It's very
jellies.
There's a figure sort of a
Oh yeah, actually today was I forgot to tell everybody, they're doing inspection of the cabins today. We're supposed to clean up. You want us to stop down and sample? Greg
Well-
said he saw us go to Plainies. Did
The one
anybody see that?
is it the blue one, Greg, that we just went over?
I I thought they were pinkish.
Well, there was another sea cucumber.
Buy a cucumber and get a rock.
Yeah, yes. Cucumber, rock, and rock. That looks like a Scotoplanes. Greg's okay to suction the cucumber, right?
We can suction or pick it up and put it in one of those coral clippers.
I think they're pretty neutrally buoyant. I think you should suction.
Suction it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll be chasing it with water.
The coral clippers.
Grab it with the suction and then pump
With
it
the
into
suction
the
or with the
quiver.
jaw?
Nice video first, so let me get it centered, zoom.
So you can see the lasers on it. That means it's about 10 centimeters, a little bit more. So they're a transparent body, so we're seeing a lot of the innards inside of this Scotoplanes sea cucumber.
It's pooping.
Oh, getting a nice video of it. Excrement coming out.
Poor guy can't catch a breath.
Oh, there's something. Is that a parasite living inside? What's the moving thing inside?
Looks like an amphipod inside it, doesn't it? But maybe it's behind it, but I doubt that.
Let's get a beauty shot.
Yeah. Greg is saying it looks like an amphipod inside. And what's this little thing off to the right?
That's a spaghetti worm.
It's also a
Just the
spaghetti worm,
tentacles.
and is that a scale worm in the bottom?
No, that would be the brittle star arm.
Oh, that's a brittle star arm. They always
Serpulid.
trick me.
Greg said this is not Scotoplanes. Let me ask if he wants it. Or can you tell us whether you want this or not? And what it is?
He's saying there's too many legs to be a Scotoplanes.
Please get it. Okay. So we do want it.
Okay.
And I think we've got a pretty good picture of it. Now we need it to not swim away from us.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh, wow. But look at it go. That's beautiful.
I know,
See if
but
you'll
are we
line
going to be
somewhere.
able to get it? We definitely disturbed it.
Well, bye.
Right. He says maybe it's an neastes. I can never spell
Okay.
that. They're super common in some
Did the
parts of
lasers- Did the lasers go away?
No, they're still on.
Oh.
If you pan up just a little bit. There, right there.
Oh, there they are.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm liking.
We'll pan down. You can tell us what you like.
So that one's too big, I think, huh? Wait, what's happening? Oh.
Say again?
I think
Sorry.
He's moving us into view of what they can actually reach.
Oh, okay.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, I can pick up and move as well.
This all looks connected,
Yeah.
although. I don't know.
Maybe that one. It's pretty many more. But these, either the word I just said is botryoidal.
Should be good size at least.
Yeah, if it's loose. Botryoidal, when you look it up in Google, says surface that looks like a bunch of grapes, which I think is helpful.
We need to open the biobox.
Yeah.
The problem is, let's make sure these are loose.
Okay, yeah,
If
that's
you need
good.
to move, you don't want the biobox
I'm
open.
gonna touch it first. Low tap. Survey says.
Maybe not, huh? Doesn't seem to, it's not loose. The one next to it?
Right. Look. I mean, I'll touch them all right now.
They're not loose, Kira.
Okay. Well, we can't get
So
them.
I think we should keep.
What about that guy right there?
This one?
It might be big.
Oh, wait. He's loose. Unless that is broken loose.
Well, it's okay if it's broken.
It's
Actually,
okay.
broken from outcrop
You
is
can
fine.
take that one.
Okay, I'll use that like that there. So you can get some video of it. Shot of it, please.
Can we do that now?
Yeah, go ahead.
You can see the surface of the botrytes have been smooth. It's been smoothed on the top as the sediment-rich waters have flown over it and abraded the surface of it, but
See brittle star, sponge, not too much else. Pretty smooth.
it's like a lot of these are smoothed.
You're right. They wouldn't have been exposed to air, would they?
No.
Waves and intertidal smoothing would be from currents underwater.
Mm-hmm. And there's enough sedimentation at San Juan that it's can inhibit some crust growth, and also on the zoom.
So we'll go for that one.
Yeah. So
So
could crumble.
Crumbly. Yeah.
I'll grab it nice and soft with those red spongy gel on my fingernails. Red polished fingernails.
Yes.
Pull up and see if that sea cucumber landed anywhere nearby.
Yeah.
He
if
could have
it's
gone.
on the seafloor. We can maybe get it.
He's probably long gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
So most people don't think of sea cucumbers as swimming, but there are an awful lot of species that are what we call demersal, just hanging out near the bottom. They can land on the bottom.
Just keep your hands a little bit so that the tip can go push up more. She has to pull up. That'll be it. Feel it.
We can leave it that way, and we can fill it with something.
That was good. Alright, you ready to go grab it?
Let's do it.
Yep.
Let's get it. This guy right here,
I
right?
I like one of those bivalves. Get a rock with bivalves.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get a picture. Got it, Devin?
Yep, got it.
Look at those botroids, see?
Oh,
You
you're
just
right.
have to get on the side.
You're right. You can see them up close here.
Yeah, you just have to get on the side where there's less current flow. Plenty of encrusting sponges, demo sponges.
And the orange would be iron.
Yeah,
product.
they get some iron oxidation
Okay,
in the
we're
parts
good.
that are
Thank you.
exposed.
That's a beautiful rock there.
I like it. You'll definitely have some ferromanganese associated microbes on there.
This is gonna be 076, right?
Yes.
Looks like it's going into 5 orange, maybe? Yeah.
Do you want another one from here, Kira?
No, thank you. But thank
Are
you.
you, are you sure?
No, thank you, but thank you.
Are we sure we don't?
Yeah, I think we'll see more. We're not gonna run out of rocks.
Okay.
That went into yellow or orange 5.
Yes, orange 5. Did we close it or
Yes.
Do you want to keep it open?
Do you want anything else from here?
I mean, can we drive with it open?
If you're happy with it, we can do it. We can try it.
Only that.
It's usually your guys' request.
No,
we
I
don't
know.
discuss
I,
those
it's just a
stuff.
question of whether amphipod come off the rock and swim out
Yeah,
or something
gotcha.
like that.
It's up to you.
Oh, if you want another rock,
I-
go for it. With the amphipod.
Yeah, I'm thinking we should get another rock and then close it, actually.
You wanna just get a different rock, since we got that one from this location, just move, keep it box open, move up just a little bit.
Yeah,
This
sure.
One, look at this one over here.
Sure.
So much name about this one.
I got it. What's got it?
Right. The flash is bright. Yep. What about that guy?
It's a, no, too dark and smooth with nothing on it.
too
Pretty
clean.
smooth. Yeah.
I like it. That'd be
pretty.
great.
Lisa's interested in sampling one of these.
But we want one
Bivalves,
with
maybe.
animals.
You want one with a bivalve on it?
If you can find one that we
Yeah,
can
there's-
pick.
I'm not gonna say that was a bad rock though.
That's a nice view of the bivalve.
Yeah, all of this looks. Look at the huge vesicles in that.
Yep. Maybe we'll just inch up a little bit and
Okay.
see.
I'm gonna go ahead and pour Shannon. Watch mine.
I don't know if you can
My
you go
lid
in
gonna
with
clear
the
that bottom
box
part.
with the lid there? Is this safe to do this with the lid open?
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like it's clear. Just fine.
So there's a question in the chat for the ROV pilots. Can you change the force of the jaw grips?
Yes. To an extent. I mean, I guess the force, the ply, I guess. So you can grab softer or lighter or harder depending on what it is you're grabbing. But the overall pressure would be still the same that runs the arm. That part doesn't change. If that was.
That question also is coming from an ROV guy with 30 years experience.
What?
Really?
Did I set you up on that one? Sorry.
How you doing, Mr. Park? Parks, where you been?
I wanted to keep our eyes out for that cucumber that flew away. Not the same
Or
one, but
another one.
Another one that's similar.
90,
Which one?
Okay.
Is there two of them? I was thinking the base shaped one.
That doesn't
There's a
look
coral.
alive.
Look
I'm
at
looking
what
at
kind of coral.
I don't think so. We can check, but
No, I
when
think
they
it is. That species seems to always be that brown color. We got one yesterday on the rock.
It's covered in sediment.
Yeah, but sometimes they're still alive anyway, so.
We've got our bio box open, Joanna, so I want to get one more. You're sure it's not the same one we already sampled?
Well, it's also
There's a
good for
golden
me to have
coral.
some replicates.
Spaghetti worm?
Worms. Can we get a zoom on the coral just about?
That coral there?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got it.
Do we know what coral this is?
30 years of that.
We haven't seen very many corals so
Scared.
far.
Liar.
Looks like there's something underneath it also. A sea cucumber, right? Maybe?
Yeah.
Behind it?
Is there any?
That's a beautiful shot.
All of the polyps are out. Do you guys have interesting corals or not?
Do we want to count polyp? Are there 8? Does that make it an octocoral? Are there 8 tentacles to a polyp? Anybody count? I see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All subsea 7 ROVs.
Do you guys want this coral?
It's really small, right?
It's,
But
Where-
yeah, we can get it.
where are the lasers? You see them? Their dimension?
There they there they are. It's about
10 centimeters across.
Is that a yes on the coral?
Yes, please.
Yes, but Joanna, we need to get the rock and close the bio box first because otherwise we have too many different things open and going on.
Let's do
So a rock around here would be fine. You see anything, Kira, specifically they should try for?
I don't know. Any of these that are loose. I like the really bumpy ones.
She likes bumpy ones.
Bumpy
No.
ones.
Is that one too big? I don't know what's loose. It's
Let's
hard
go
to
see.
tell.
I'll go touch them. Give 'em a little poke.
It's
That one's
about-
not too awful big. Kind of like that.
Okay.
I wish I could get the one with the coral on it.
Which one is that?
Well, maybe we
Well, yeah,
can't.
we
Let's
can.
try that
This
rock.
one?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's too big.
Everybody wins if we do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so it's on this base right here. This one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want me to try to grab it?
I mean,
Yeah, you
it's
can poke
attached to
it.
the long.
Okay, let's go
the
give it a little
longer
poke.
rock.
See if it's popped up.
And we might get that sea cucumber out from underneath it at that point. Oh yeah.
Who knows how big it is on the bottom,
Hey,
but
it's loose. You want to go for a grab?
yeah.
We'll give it a try.
You want to get pictures prior to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it, Devin?
Yeah, we already got.
Let me check the
Okay.
settings real quick. Pressure on these jaws.
And just for Jason in the chat was asking how ferromanganese nodules get round. We're actually not looking at nodules here. These are all coated coppels with ferromanganese crusts on them. They grow in similar ways, but in different depths and different formation environments. So manganese nodule, 2 peaks on us. And they tend to be rounded because that's how the oxides precipitate naturally in an abiotic process.
I have been on seamounts in the Pacific with manganese nodules present also.
Yeah,
So-
seamount hosted nodules are possible. They're just a different kind of chemical composition and a little bit different formation.
Go for gold?
Yes,
Go.
please. Paul is telling us this could be an Acanthogorgia, an octocoral. I was trying to count 8 tentacles on the polyps. I couldn't get a good count.
So we
can
should have
grab
put that by you.
Zoom in on it a little closer.
Ooh, it's gonna be hard to grab.
Well, maybe not. I think he can.
Challenge yourself.
Well, it's looser now. Let's see if the coral's still there.
Maybe it's too big.
Try to get this knob right here.
I just hope it doesn't break.
Don't fall off. Don't fall off. Nice job, pilots. Thank you.
I'm just gonna turn it like this so that pearl star sits on it for you.
Thank you. It's a nice view.
You can see some parts of the crust are smooth and some are freshly precipitating, that more bumpy texture.
We're good? Got it, Taylor? We're good, thank
Can
you.
we get sharp on the coral once more?
So there's some other creatures on the coral, maybe.
Some associates.
Some associates. You can't tell if they're amphipods. They might be little pink guys.
Beautiful.
Very nice, thank you.
Careful what you have.
Alright, just hold it on real slow. I'll let Jerk, you wanna
I hope it
push this
fits.
Not too big.
Could be big. I think our brittle star up there is getting restless.
Okay, wagers on if it's gonna fit one of the boxes.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely, it's
I
gonna
think
fit.
it's
It will.
It's way,
Positive
you can
thinking.
fit almost another half size though. It's gonna be fully boxed out.
He's barely holding on to the corner of it. Nice work.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
See, look, easy fit.
Easy fit.
Perfect, thank you.
Good eye.
Alright,
Okay.
Close it up.
Yeah, let's close it for. So that's
Just gotta
rock
grab
3.
some you have. Everybody got some.
Yay.
Yay.
SCV-077?
Yes.
So then we can go for. Well, should we look at that spot, see if there's still a sea cucumber there under
Oh.
where we picked up the rock?
Yeah.
And then we should go for the sponge.
Like there's something wrong.
Just stuff.
Lift it back up.
I need a quick restroom.
We'd like to take a look at, see if that sea cucumber is
Okay.
still in the spot where we,
That's fine. Do you want me to just put a bungee on this one real quick so it
sure.
seals up for you?
That's probably good enough for,
Okay.
I mean, if you think it'll keep it down
Yeah.
for during the dive, it's not all the way closed, because I guess there's a loop under there, right?
Well, that hinge is still messed up.
Is that why it's not closed?
You want to do a suction in this location?
Water, I don't think we want a water sample, do we, Joanna? We should, you want to save it for
Yeah, we can save it for later.
later, but I would say we wanted, first I wanted to see if the sea cucumber was still under the spot where the rock was, just to take a look. Can we just look? I've sort of forgotten where. Is that where we took the rock?
I think it's up a little bit.
Still want that sponge, Joanna, right? Off to the right? The brownish one?
I was thinking about that barrel shaped one, but it might be dead, so then I don't want it if it's dead.
If we can't see one. This sponge is also of interest, and we like to determine whether it's alive or dead. Let's zoom in, okay?
That one there?
Yeah, this one. What do you think? I think it's probably alive.
So, but we said last time if it has a lot of those brittle stars on it, I mean they're kind of debris feeders, no? Yeah, let's get it since we're here. Is it possible? Is it in reach?
Can you reach this?
Where you have to zoom out for me.
That's right in front of the
Yes.
And I guess you want to leave some of it, right?
Yeah.
That looks-
I think some of it will be left anyways because
Okay.
I don't think
Do
we
you-
can.
Where do you want to
It'll
put it?
go in a coral quiver.
I don't-
It'll-
Let's see if I can reach it before you look at what you said.
Got it. There it is, next second. Zoom, fan, that's it.
You got a lot shoulder down. Yep. We can get it. Is this the one right there? No, they're all empty, right?
Clear hour? I drank so much coffee this morning.
Did you? I had some decaf tea, and that was already a
Good
little
for
too much
you.
caffeine.
I made,
I can extend the porch back out as well. if need be.
So I can barely have decaf. I'll just be buzzing.
That's the craving. That's the feeling you start to crave after a while. You need it. You need that hard thing.
I guess I just haven't gotten there yet.
all right, somebody said, see that cup coral.
much of this do
I
you want?
wasn't sure. Or you
Yeah,
could-
again, the upper 3/4 is possible.
Upper 3/4?
Yeah. In other words, we want 3/4 of it with the base left. Yeah.
This doesn't pan correctly.
I think we should do a slurp here, actually. It looks like there's a lot of good organisms all along the bases of the rocks that we might be able to get some. Uh-oh.
The whole thing is kind of. Oh, it's actually maybe attached to a dead sponge.
Oh, we might get a twofer, a live sponge and a dead sponge.
Alright.
So it actually wasn't attached to the rock.
But
Is
that
it-
is not going to fit in the coral
It was
quiver,
attached
is
to a
it?
dead sponge below the rock.
Well, that's interesting.
Can
So
we shake the dead one off, or?
you don't want the dead one?
You do
Well,
not
I'd
want to
rather not have them
Just gonna bring it right here to work on?
mixed up. Yeah. But if we can get rid of that part, that would be great.
Oh, too
the
bad. I
dead
would have
part,
liked
or
to.
do you want-
I'd like to have the dead part,
You
but
want it-
You could put it in a separate.
well, it's
Can
a
we-
it's a
okay,
way to
if we
collect
can
animals.
Put it in a separate jar, then I'm cool with it.
The dead part in a separate jar?
Yeah.
Roger that. What's that?
Do you think that sponge will fit in a coral quiver at all?
It might, I might be able to make it work.
It's a dead.
I know we did.
Yeah,
Would we be
lose it.
better off in a bio box? It looks kind of big.
Yeah, it's hard for me to estimate right now. But, let's try.
Maybe not. Everything
Do
looks
you-
so big
Do
down
you want
there.
it like just pushed in there, or do you want it intact? How do you want this?
That's fine if we push it in there. But do we want to keep the brittle stars?
It doesn't matter.
That's
If you're
fine.
if
Then-
you're
then
if
just
you're
push
not,
it in there.
just push it in there.
Yeah.
I'm sure the brittle stars would prefer to stay down here.
Yeah.
A few of them will jump ship.
Yeah, that one just left.
But I feel like this is one we did get before, right?
Or at least.
Might hold it a little bit.
Yeah, if you let, is it stuck, then you can let it go and grab it on the top again. Amazing.
Go down.
Good job, guys.
Well done.
Might stick to it a little bit.
Perfect.
Well done.
Very nice.
Super cool.
This is how it's done.
Yeah.
And you want that dead one as well?
Well,
That one is for Lisa.
it's okay.
I can get it.
It's really
It's right there.
Greg, if you're listening, are you interested in having a dead skeleton to have the animals on it, or not necessarily? You can WhatsApp us and tell us. I don't feel strongly about it, so we can skip it. Best we hear otherwise. I think we save our time and energy for. Greg said, "Don't worry." Okay, I like to do a slurp here, though, a section of all the creatures at the bases of the rocks and in between. Thank you. So is that 16? 15?
J-Rod's pretty modest about it, but that was exceptional. Unfortunately, that is not easy to do. They're very professional. Correct.
Thank you, J-Rod. So what was that? 15 or 16? I have like.
I don't know.
Did you see the number on that coral quiver? Because my 15.
1-5.
Okay, thank you.
That should have been 1-6.
I know the map. I think the map has
What are
it
you
the other
calling
way.
this one?
That's what I'm asking.
Last one was part.
They're associates.
Oh, the lid, yeah, okay.
The lid says 1-6, but
The lid does
it's
say
listed as
1-6.
1-5. Those are backwards on the paper. So on the actual label on the container, it says 1-6.
said to call you.
So what, okay.
It's on the.
Yeah, which one is
I
it?
wrote down 15. Apparently the lid says
Okay,
16.
so,
Did you put 15?
I haven't bought 15. I haven't logged it in.
What is the thing? It's in the 15 tube with the
It is
16
in the
lid.
16. It's in the. It's
Yeah,
in
no,
the one marked
we'll-
with a 16 lid.
We'll change
but
the
it's
list
in
for
the
you.
15th spot on our map.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, they're just gonna change the list, so we'll
Yeah, I'll
we'll
swap
log
the
it to
list.
15.
Yeah, 15.
Thank you.
Oh, I wrote it in the 16 space. In 15 space, now I have to move it.
No, it is in the 15 space. So you're good.
Yeah, okay,
Hi.
got something.
You want a specific section sectioned or just general vicinity?
Just general vicinity down near the bases of the rocks, sort of.
Okay. Go ahead and keep going. You're about half speed there.
Go full speed.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I don't know how easily things will come off. The brittle stars come off easily, they even jump.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's also little apricot as well.
Is that what little pink?
The little pink wormy
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
I think that's what they were.
I think they were on the coral, eating the octocoral that we
Oh,
collected.
coral.
There was a, did you see that golden coral on
Golden
the,
coral
on the
I
rock?
think so. Well,
So
that's-
now that I think about it, I saw little pink
Is that
things and
one
I thought
floating through the water?
they could be amphipods, but in fact, that would make sense. They're corallivorous.
No, it's really a shrimp.
Guys, this is going into jar 1.
They- This is 079, right?
Yep.
That could be one there too. Next to the the sea urchin. Some pink thingy, wormy thing there.
You can. It's okay if I operate this
And
camera,
now
or does
while
that
I'm
mess you
using
up?
my-
Okay.
Just gotta get a better grab of this. Huh? Alright. Now you got the arm. The camera. You can point where you want to go.
Okay. I think what you're looking at is right next to the urchin, right?
That thing.
Yeah. Just put it up in the middle.
Yes, it's called Asthenosoma. A-S-T-A.
It's a brittle star, Greg, right?
That
Or
thing?
what is it you're looking at?
Want that worm?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you're
Oh, is it
looking
a worm tube?
at. It's the white?
Is it a serpulid?
It's a serpulid
Yeah,
tube
sorry.
attached to the rock.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought you were looking at the pink below. Basically, you can section all around, you know, and get the debris, the loose stuff, the sediments, and anything that'll come off it. That white worm won't come off. It's probably very firmly attached to the rock. There's a spaghetti worm down there. Come down here in this vicinity, please. I think there's just stuff to get in amongst here.
And this is all going in jar 1?
Yes.
I don't know if anything's gonna come off.
They don't want you to touch it while they're doing this section.
That's right. There's a lot of worm. See a lot of the little holes
Yeah.
There's polychaetes in there, but
Yeah.
I don't know if anything will come away. It's
Probably.
pretty solid.
It's really. Oh, there's a nice crust, huh?
Yeah,
I got some crust pieces.
Could be a more recent eruption up here. I wish I had all my volcanologists in the chat. I should tell my colleague Kevin Conrad to chime in. He loves watching this stuff.
Oh,
There we
that's
go.
good.
We got some debris.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. We're
Want
just
some rocks too, Kira?
we're vacuuming.
We got rocks.
We're vacuuming all the way to the center of the. That was awesome.
Definitely a big brittle star in there. There we go. Good stuff.
So now it's a lot of it's loose. It's interesting.
Oh,
What about that bivalve?
bivalve?
Will it come up
Yeah.
or will it clog your tube?
Let's see.
Nah.
Drop that in the box. Do you want this?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, just drop, you can drop that in the,
I have to open up one of the four quivers. We'll put it in there.
you want it in a quiver, you wanna spend a whole
Yeah.
quiver on it?
Well, maybe
Because
something
you
can
just
go.
drop it in the crack down there,
Oh,
that
yeah.
box, it'll stay in that crate.
That's fine. In the crack between the quivers is fine.
Oh, never mind, he said it'll fly out.
Yeah, if you put it in that crate, it'll
Well,
fly
what
out.
about the quiver that's open
Yeah, we can
right
do that.
now? I mean, somebody can put something else in there. It's not a very big bivalve, so.
So we
So-
haven't.
so it says
finished
12,
jar one.
But
We
our
haven't
thing
finished
says
jar one.
13.
So we're dropping the cinnamons. That's not gonna. Are we slurping more after the bivalve?
No,
Okay, so we are done.
the slurp is done, right? At the jar one.
079, jar one.
Well, how do we call that? The sample.
A slurp.
Slurp.
By a slurp.
Any other specifics you want with this?
Little stars, sediments, and rock associated water. That's too much to write.
Little star sediment slurp. I wrote that.
I guess this is getting its own sample.
We're just collecting a bivalve. Some people can use that quiver for something else as well if they want.
Do you want this associated with sample 079 then, or do you want to give us its own sample
No,
number?
it's its own sample.
Okay.
Bye-bye. It's pretty small. Well, it's sort of
You want me to
13.
renumber that for you so it's correct? Or we can.
Yeah, it's gonna be 13.
We're just gonna call it 13.
So this is
Okay.
080.
He's fixing the lid so that the lids are correct.
080 for the 13 bivalve.
It's an acesta, I think.
Is that like 1825? Was that at 1825?
18.559. What bivalve was that we said?
ACESTA, question mark.
Acesta.
That's what I'm.
Under section 10. Look, IND, right where your left thumb is. Just hold it until you see it stop.
think we could do another transect
Yeah.
Sure.
as we move along. We got something for everybody here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good spot.
Would you like me to change that 15 and 16 for you right now, or just wait until we get on deck?
Just wait.
Okay, cool.
So we would like to do a 100-meter transect. With you giving us the start and stop indicators.
So that was in 13, right?
Yes.
Suction jar 1.
Yes.
There we go.
Alright, I'm gonna come up. My camera's set up.
And we're like halfway to waypoint 1.
Is that a black fish at the bottom of the screen? Is that? Do you see that?
A wet fish?
Is that the black fish right there?
No,
I don't know what that is.
I cannot tell. But I don't want to mess because we're starting the transect. You want me to zoom in then?
Is it just
It
a
does
shadow?
not look like a fish. It looks like a shadow.
Wow.
Although I don't know what it's a shadow of. There's definitely a lot of sponge skeleton masquerading as rock down here. That one is the one we dropped. It looks like a piece of wood practically.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Don't come up too far. We want to stay just like a meter off. Please. Do you know the names of these urchins, Devin?
Yes, sir.
The fairly common ones?
Yeah.
I am on the move.
They kind of threw it, eh?
Start transect.
Okay,
Yes,
Pretty
please.
ROV.
you got it?
Updated waypoint
The
for
start
you.
transit.
Did we start it right now?
Yes, just.
Okay, great, from that moving on.
Thank you, Tom.
Looks like Francis is watching it. This might be one of the transects you end up working on, Francis. So, welcome.
Oh, there's Francis. Francis is our summer surf student back home watching us at Scripps. He's from Cal State Monterey Bay, so shout out to Cal State.
Yeah, and this substrate we've been flying over has been a funny mix of totally in place basaltic flows and some detached cobbles. Of course, now we see one of those pink scotoplanes in this left. But while this might all look like a pile of rocks, it's actually a lot of igneous material that's all completely stuck together from when the seamount was forming this part of this giant underwater mountain.
volcanic and manganese here.
Yeah.
I think we're heading into the brittle star band.
Look at that. 44 that close to our brittle stars. Opioids. Oaks.
So in Southern California, at the seafloor, there's often areas where the brittle stars become very, very abundant. We've seen this on our Nautilus dives last year, and haven't encountered it yet on this cruise, but maybe we are about to. They definitely are increasing in numbers.
What do brittle stars feed on typically? Just decayed
I
matter?
think they're omnivores. Honestly, they feed on particulates that rain down from the surface, but the octocoral.
Those are
Heteropolypus,
Heteropolypus
which is that mushroom-like thing with all the tentacles sticking out. Used to be called Anthomastus. I still wish it was. And there's a closed-up one on the right. That's what they look like when the tentacles are all in. Definitely mushroom appearance.
It looks like Angelica's watching too.
We wish you could be here, you and Francis could be here too, but there's one on the left and one on the right. Plainey's Lake, or a Nyptianastes cucumber, but sorry Greg, we're on a transect. We'll catch it
It's always
later.
Maybe just do a mock transect. There's another one.
I don't think that's actually Scotoplanes.
No,
Isn't that the same one we saw last time?
he said it's not. A Nyptianastes. I can't pronounce it. Starts with an E. What we're not seeing, and slopes.
Just an amazing little lava flow here. All totally.
Why is it amazing?
It's just this lumpy, bumpy, really rough texture is more rare. A lot of times seamounts are more smoothed. So we're just seeing these massive outcrops of reached the steeper part of our transect. Now getting more into a wall feature.
The sponges are happy here.
That's the same sponge we saw earlier.
I think it's the one we collected.
Yeah.
It's like a cliff face. I'm basically going straight
You're
up.
going straight up, so we're not even covering any of our meters. How do we count that?
I mean, we're watching off the nav screen here. As far as forward movement. We're just watching depth. Probably going forward a half a meter for every 2 or 3 meters I'm going up.
But look at that pretty coral.
That's a cool.
That's amazing.
Beautiful coral.
Beautiful coral.
Blue and green. You don't see those colors often.
Wow. Hopefully we see another one we can zoom on. And now you can see
Alright, thank you. Halfway point.
Rhea like it. That seems to be the most common sponge around here, these white ones.
There's the dead sponge of
I'll go ahead and finish this transect.
Okay.
Alright.
Maybe the same.
Wedge.
beautiful.
Do we got that one?
Oh, we're on a transit.
No, we're on a transect, sorry.
Oh,
A lot of brittle stars inside of it.
Oh yeah, I did see you guys.
Is that a black coral?
Coming to the
I think
peak.
that's black coral.
Yeah. So we're getting some life on our watch, which is unusual.
That was sort of the peak there, now we're leveling back up.
So this is the rim, maybe, with lots of things.
Not as drastically, it's not a cliff face, but it's still.
So it looks different here even.
Now the rock material is almost totally cemented.
Yeah. It's a picture. I can't tell if it's alive or not. Oh, look at that. It's half alive and half dead.
Is that Asbestopluma growing on it?
Looks like it. Asbestopluma are the little white stalks. They're actually carnivorous sponges that have also known to have symbiotic bacteria that can eat methane. I would say the sponges rule. That's a solus, yeah, with its tentacles out. Looks like another octic. That one might be a sponge that looks like a coral. There's some of those on the right. Oh, here's another big one.
Aristonella,
Aristonella.
which is a coral. Black.
At some point, how far are we along?
We got another 31 meters.
Okay. Doesn't mean we'll come back, but it's option. It's an option.
You have about 20 meters left.
These are more of the
Just see which ones are loose, so I can grab mine. Five meters.
There's some big sponges off to the side.
Ooh, look at the top left.
Oh, there's something big. Look at that. Yellow, big and yellow.
That's a big sponge.
End of transect there.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
You can go ahead.
Do you want, can we zoom in on this sponge? Take a look at it?
that looks great.
Transect and 1844.
Ah, but is it dying?
Oh, gorgeous. Can I handle the camera? Can I handle the
No,
camera?
not yet.
Or not yet?
Do you think it's
Okay, now you can have the camera for live.
This picture, I'm gonna go in and go close and then scan from left to right on this.
Shrimp.
Can see shrimp. There's lots of shrimp actually.
it's
Little white galathan.
So yellow. Yeah, always
Oops, wrong the other way. Let's just get a picture. Got a picture of the shrimp?
They're both good.
All right, are we sampling it?
We will. Just sort of getting imagery here before we shake everybody off.
I'm gonna have Taylor Swift on my head now for the rest of the day.
Shake it off.
Yep.
I don't know what the black is over there.
I will spoil my lunch. I heard lunch is too good, but thank you so much. It will keep me from itching to say things about moving on, so I should probably put one in my mouth.
Are you bored?
Oh, that's bad. You should have heard when we had to do it on the Nautilus. They wanted us mic'd with masks.
Oh, really?
And half the audio was just every
Okay,
mask.
we would like a sample of this. Where do you want it to go, Joanna?
I think it's again very soft tissue, so we could again stuff it into a quiver.
Oh, bro.
Nope. I'm gonna pour it out slowly. Hopefully.
So how many quivers do we have left?
Only used 2. We
Oh,
have
okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, nice. Lots of stuff.
We don't have push course today. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's exciting.
It's a good thing we don't have push course. I couldn't imagine finding a place here to record.
Yeah, too rocky today. This is a good one.
Do we have, I'd like to know the dimensions of this sponge. So there's our lasers. What do people guess? It's like a meter, more than a meter maybe?
I'll say more than a meter.
Did it figure? I'm gonna take the camera for just a second. Try to get it somewhere over there. Just straight. Yeah, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1.2 meters.
Oh, wow. Maybe put that in. Estimate dimensions, 1.2 meters across.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. In fact, I'm gonna take a picture of it. I hate it when I do this, but still. Before it's dismantled.
I can send you that photo like, from the science camera real quick, I think.
You can email it.
Yeah.
So what number was? Did he pull off cap 9 or 10?
That was that one.
Yeah, we're gonna call it 10.
Yeah. Okay, I could reach it. You just want a big chunk of it?
Yes.
Right here good, or do you want like a little creature, or?
I'd rather have only the sponge and preferably more the really right here sounds good, but yeah, fold.
Where are we putting
10. Quiver 10.
Nice picture out and put it in there.
So is it
Would you like
81?
more of that too? Or is that
81?
Huh?
Are we on 81?
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay, I'm gonna sit for the next.
There you go, Lisa.
Just a second. Let me finish recording this, okay?
Oh, you have time. It's only 52. He's just excited.
Yeah, they have to give us our full 4 hours since we have.
Well, it's funny
Always
because we sit here for the whole ascent, but then they don't.
You mean descent?
Yeah, and then they don't do the whole ascent.
Right.
So we could, but I guess there's the lunch issue, but we could shift it a little bit.
J-Rod is an expert at putting big things into small places like this.
I'm just teasing you. I'm just like, what? You have to pay taxes if you do that. I'll take one. Just one. Thank you.
So we have 3 sponges so far. 3 big ones.
Yeah, good.
And a coral.
Yeah, saw that too. Very good.
I bet Tanya's gonna love making that color yellow.
Alright.
Sponges really offer that beautiful, beautiful colors.
Gotta go wish her happy birthday. Not quite. So they want more, so the second round of.
Oh, that makes sense.
Wonder how old that sponge is.
Yeah, that I was trying to listen on my previous cruise, but there's some sponge experts talking about their growth rates. They talked a lot more about coral growth rates. But actually sponges are pretty hard to date. They don't have any signatures the way that corals do, where you can date the calcite or the aragonite in the coral. So it's really hard to know the age of sponges. Yes, please.
Another big chunk?
One. It looks a lot cooler in the second than it does in
That
That's
contrast
pretty.
is really bright.
yeah.
So this is the
Yeah, situational camera. And
yeah,
then the
that's
signage.
beautiful. Even after we pulled off some.
Are you guys able to take a picture with this sick name? You have a sick name bag?
Yeah.
Just like, look at the contrast. It's so much.
Devin sent us a picture.
I got some of the brighter stuff too.
That looks
I
good.
like the color in the sit cam though. It's like so brilliant yellow. Right. maybe I'll let Paul sit down and enjoy the sampling of his.
Okay. I'll wait till Greg gets here.
Well, never mind. He's going. He's leaving. Stay, stay, stay. Okay, Paul, you can have this seat. You can have this seat. So do you not want
Yeah, porch out.
to stay
Porch
back
easy.
down?
Go to the bathroom. Oh, well, I can stay. I mean, not much going on. If you need to run, that's fine.
I don't know if I can, but
Is that the same piece? I hope.
yeah.
Just did not.
Right, so I wrote them off in nice.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Everything else was a little around, so.
Might shave my head tonight. You know.
Uh-huh.
I'll let it grow. Space bar on it. It's filled up.
It's gonna be like a Jack in the Box when you open it. Boing.
No, I didn't. I left just before it.
Yeah, especially because the pressure will be less.
Yeah, it's funny when we get the sponge tissue on the ship, it's never quite as fluffy as it looks on the seafloor. So it's kind of dense.
We're calling that sample 081?
Yep.
Okay.
See that sponge? No, it's not. Oh my god. I don't see it in any of the books.
Number 13 has a assessed at the bottom, but there's still lots of room, and so if you run out of orders, use it. And these numbers are switched. They were potentially gonna move the caps around, but anyway, the lid I wrote down.
Flavorful sponge.
Alright, thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks, pilots.
Would you like to load around some more things before we fly away, or we
That's
have
probably-
Three sponges in the bowl.
You guys ready to take over?
And only one section. So far. And we've done 2 transits. I think a foot for dinner, so I'm sure you'll see my water.
Yeah, one water. But you can drink 3 whiskies.
Yeah, 2 of these.
Okay. I'm gonna take this one.
No, but they put the yuck. They want to be yuck.
You guys want to go have lunch? They're
You
waiting
can check
for
with them.
someone to go.
What'd you think?
Should you have my
It's right there.
This one in
Yep.
the clipboard?
Yep.
We're in sample 082 and we've done 2 transits. The next transit will be the starter transit. Well, I gotta upgrade the chair.
Chris,
Can you hand me that computer?
It was a good lunch.
You want some sheets on it too?
I don't know what all this stuff is. Afternoon, everyone. We've just done a science watch change. Lots of creatures in that sponge. Oh, that's an isopod. Okay, thanks, Chris.
What was the part that was missing? It's not missing. This thing here? No, that's not.
So every time that you make an event,
Yes.
it walks to the search and tomorrow morning you work it. So whenever
Okay.
you make an event, you see the stuff come up, you see that, so if you scroll back down.
Waypoint 1. Okay, well let's just
Fine,
keep
it's
going
the
to
same thing
waypoint 1.
we did that.
I guess that's getting towards the ridge top.
Yeah, we'll continue. I will.
Whenever we did the event, and then when we refresh the page, it like put us out into the altar.
Okay, I'll reboot it and then just start them, so that it'll get caught up to the next one.
But yeah,
We have
now
that
it
one.
fixed itself in some point.
Yes, that's the one we
Yeah.
got.
All right, afternoon, everyone from California, whatever time it is for you. And I'm Greg Rouse from Scripps Oceanography, and I'm here with other people from Scripps, Paul Jensen, another professor in marine biology. And helping us log all the data today, we've got Nico Mongianado-Koch and Michelle Gurayev, both members of our labs. And piloting with us today, we've got Chris and Ben at the moment, and we're heading up a relatively gentle slope on the San Juan Seamount, an extinct volcano off the California coast, pretty much due west of Los Angeles. We're at 1,300 meters right now. We'll probably end up on a ridgetop at about 1,200 meters, and we'll be traversing that. At the ridgetop, we hope we'll see a lot of filter feeder sponges and corals. If you've been watching this morning, you've already seen a change in the diversity as we've come up.
Okay.
And some other invertebrates. And doing some suction samples of sediments along the way. Do we have the dive track? So we're up. I think we should go for a little while unless we see something pretty special. Although it's getting better.
Using the TD1, got the pretty good overview kind of thing that we got.
We have high hopes for the ridgetop. So That's a coral there.
Let's look at that.
Can we look at that? Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. I think it's a black coral.
Black coral.
Yeah.
A little less interested.
Less interested?
Yeah.
Yeah. So. It's a lovely black coral. You can see its black skeleton there, but we're not focusing much on that group for this trip. We could look at this coral, please.
Oh yeah.
Chris? It's a
That's a giant Paragorgia.
well, no, maybe. This one, yes, please.
Wow. Yeah, that's it's a different variety.
Coral, Paragorgia.
And just coral you're interested in, right?
Yes, please.
No,
And we'll be stopping to take a snip of this for exploration of its biopharmaceutical potential, and Paul will give us a little talk about that in a minute.
So it looks like
Michelle, that's a Chirostylid crab.
this looks like Paragorgia arborea, but a different growth form maybe.
Or just shut up off to the side.
It's really
And roll it in. Is it coral or is it coral? Beautiful.
There's a no doubt beautiful shot in a minute, and at the You got a beauty shot, Nick? Lips are all out on this coral, and they're yeah, I like that. That's you can count the tentacles, and each one has 8 tentacles. The lasers, the green dots, are 10 centimeters apart to give you a sense of how big this is. Maybe.
you could if that's possible to snip something like that.
In the inside, that whole piece.
Yes. If you can do that.
Yeah.
Can you see one branch? Oh, I see. There's a branch
There's a branch.
there. Maybe it'll be easier when the polyps go in.
Oh, where do you want to put that? It's a fairly big chunk.
Will
Yeah.
it go in a quiver?
It's gonna be. That's. It's pretty big.
soft is it?
It'll cut very easy.
I was saying, as far as like puts it into the quiver, will it?
It'll, yes, yeah.
It's rubbery.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can handle it.
Paul, you want to tell us a bit
Yeah,
about why
sure.
we're sampling this coral?
So this is a group of animals that are known to make a class of molecules called terpenes, and terpenes are the largest class of natural products. They're common in plants, and they've had many uses over the year, including medicinal uses. I can talk a little more about that in a little bit, but the terpenes produced by animals like this in the deep sea are not well studied, and so that's why we're particularly interested in these types of soft corals. And so we'll be trying to collect animals like this throughout the cruise. We've seen Paragorgia on other cruises, but this is a different morphology. This is a much bushier growth form than we've seen, so we're happy to be able to take a small sample of this animal. And while it hasn't been studied here for this species, there have been studies with other related animals that show when you snip off a branch, they actually are able to grow back fairly quickly. And so we're working with the assumption that that would apply for these animals as well.
Anytime. Yes, please. Just where you were. That'd be good.
Perfect.
Yeah, great.
Look at that. The skill of a surgeon.
Alright, so shoulder to the right, still push out. Alright, I'll let the camera see if maybe we'll talk about it.
Do you mind doing that?
Yeah.
12.
12.
Do we have a sample number?
082.
Alright, gotcha. There you go. How's that? Not many more cameras.
I'm excited about that sample.
I don't remember that one from last year. Do you?
Not this form.
No.
We just had the other form.
Yeah.
Other morphology. Yeah.
Are you at the outside? So you can to your recordings a little bit?
It's almost
And then that.
going better the other way, but it's hard to.
You. There you go. Now you're in. You're good.
It's
Alright,
just.
now bring it back to your starboard. Keep on starboard. Keep on starboard slowly. You got part of it sticking out in the front now. See? There you go. Yep. And come on. Drop in there. And, alright, go now. Alright, now. Spin your jaw that way just a little bit. And go now. Perfect.
Great. And makes it look easy.
Yeah, we should be good. It's not going anywhere. Ah, you're good, man.
Yeah. Nicely done.
You can either try to push down that little bit versus that corner there, or you can see the top of it down. You can't see how far up it is. A little bit. Alright, we did. I think the top of it down.
Maybe they'll leave us some. Okay.
See, there's this. I don't know if that one's also yellow, and we just don't see color. But there's some different corals here.
That one. We'll just go and have a look at it. Yeah, we've got the yellow one already. We're not sure about the white one. This is a kind of circumstance where we start to see corals and then sample, 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 and then we get up another 100 meters and we go, oh my.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It just makes sense to start high and go down.
It's not good for the ROV though.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Yeah, I don't like it. You just imagine it with the cable. So there's the ridge top, waypoint 1, and then we work our way along it. So the whole dive they got halfway
So
to
the ridge point is, where's the?
Got that map? So this is the ridge top.
Right.
And they're coming up there, and then we're going to work our way along it.
But I don't know where we are now in terms of waypoints.
Halfway to waypoint 1. Waypoint 1 is the top of the ridge.
Okay.
So we're halfway up this slope.
Okay.
Yeah, it came up because I wanted to pull my rails in
RV
without
start.
doing anything.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, it was air and safety on that one. There's stuff around here.
There's a lot of water movement here, which is good for these corals. They like that.
Sitting down here.
Okay.
Touchy side.
More coral there.
The purple.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot.
I think I found my spot.
something encrusting though, yeah?
Yeah, we'll have a zoom and look at it.
Alright, then I'm not such a little far away. If you're gonna get something, it's either that or take out that beautiful coral you just said.
Oh no, then don't worry.
Oh, no, I'm saying, I'm fine, it's graphics right now.
Is a sponge on the bottom? Or something?
No, it's a fish.
Something
A
swimming.
rat tail in the background.
Alright, so yours?
Thank you, Chris.
Just a weight. Looks the same as the yellow. A weight morph. See the lasers?
Yep. I think it's a Chrysogorgia. It's not very big, it's 10 centimeters.
Yeah, we can pass on that.
Pass? Okay. Let's look at the purple one. A little tricky. Well, it's an encrusting one.
Yeah.
You just want to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll continue up. Thank you.
Right. Very, very safe. Cool. For sit. Yeah. I ready to sit down for you so that you can see better earlier. I'll start with you guys yourself. Okay.
So we're on the San Juan Seamount. It's a very large feature. It's about 40 kilometers long and about 15 kilometers. It's an extinct volcano, and as far as we know, no one's been on this particular section. It's so large, there's been relatively few ROV dives out here. A few previous expeditions have visited, and
They can see them on TV.
there you are. You can see the map. And Deb is going to point out where we are on this feature. And you can see our planned track, and we are the yellow dot, the remainder of the dive. And we're expecting on the top of this ridge we'll have a lot more.
Is that what we're seeing?
I think so. Acanthogorgia. A different one?
That's a thicker one. If we see the one with the thicker arms.
Oh, like this one?
Yeah. We need to take a closer look at a big one of these, because I think those are different than the first one we collected. These look like the branches are thicker.
Yeah, it could be how the polyps are arranged, but or the state of the polyps. But, are any of these? So
We can zoom in on
that's
one of
about, there are 2 colonies there, 20 centimeters. I'd be interested in getting the crinoid, so we could sample.
Maybe it's just because the polyps are extended, it looks thicker.
I think is a Canthogorgia here. What do you think? Grab it.
I wouldn't mind.
Okay.
It wouldn't hurt to have
Can we
a...
settle here, Chris? And we might try and take the crinoid and sample one of these corals. I think I know that crinoid.
Alright, we'll get empty.
Thank you.
I don't know if they could grab both of those, that would be ideal.
You want those two, or any
or
of
a
these?
bigger one, just...
Okay, let me just look at the crinoid. We might have to move to get that one. Yeah, we've had this chrono before. We don't need it. Okay. So the bigger one up there,
If
upper
they can
left?
grab it without moving, if they have to move, then we'll go for the smaller one. I don't know if they can grab 2 at once, that might be too tricky.
If you have a preference, moving won't be a problem.
Do you want to get the bigger one up the slope?
Yeah.
That one up there? Yeah, he'd like that one.
Okay.
So a little bit up. And it'll go in a quiver again, please.
Alrighty.
Make this a boom shot.
We did do some more mapping on this seamount last night to plan this dive track, but we won't fill in other details on the mount. We're heading south tomorrow to a new feature. So we won't fill in all the details. It's quite a large area to fill in, and we'll leave that for other expeditions. There's always a trade-off between transit time, mapping time, diving time, and yeah, the diving time is the best time. So we want to maximize that, and that's during daylight hours. So then usually our transit and mapping are in the evening and night. But we need the map.
Yes.
Need the map to make our dive tracks. So we got here on site because we were here yesterday picking up experiments on another part of the San Juan Seamount, and so we were relatively close, and we're able to do the mapping in the early evening and plan this dive track. So we're going to grab one of these, what we think might be a Canthogorgia, or it could be another Chrysogorgia. We're not sure. We'll see when it comes up. In the foreground, we've got a bunch of hydroids. That's the bushy brownish stuff with some carnivorous sponges, the white threads coming out, the white tubes.
Something encrusting on it.
Yeah, these octocorals often get encrusted by another cnidarian, a zoanthid, and you see this, they will use the skeleton of the coral and take over, and you often see this hybrid looking colony, so we'll have to be careful that they separate those out. Can I zoom in?
Sure can.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it.
Camera off for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a zoanthid encrusting. That's a Is that in reaching distance?
Yeah.
Good enough? Or one of the
Pretty
others?
good. If the others, I mean, if it's easier, that's fine. Just grab one at this point.
Whichever you prefer. He can be either one. Right? Lengthwise.
Just the bigger the better.
Okay, the other one's bigger. I'm just going to take a grab of this. We got one of these last night. This is a tube anemone, Cereanthid. Can we get a grab of that and we'll note it for the picture of the sample we had from last night? Tube anemones normally live in sediment, so finding one living in rocks is interesting. Okay, Ben, thank you very much. Any in a quiver or anything? What do we got? 5 left. Oh no. Oh, we could put something more in that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's got the bivalve in it.
Yeah. I could put another animal in there. Yeah.
Closer to your jaw towards us. Here. Pretty good right there, man.
Ah, interesting chitin underneath. So that's a predatory chitin. We have a shallow water form called Placophorella, and that could be, well, in Placophorella, I'm not sure, but the flap, they hold the flap up, and if something crawls in underneath, they close down on it, a bit like a Venus flytrap. Most chitins are grazers, but some have become predators like that one.
Very big.
Did you get that bottom part in? A little bit?
Which should be pretty bendy. Yeah.
Which quiver is this?
11?
11?
Maybe 2 options, either go base first or that top end first. Shoulder left, push out. Shoulder left, push out.
I think that's the first time we've collected this. I think this is different than the earlier.
Oh, good.
Shoulder, yeah. Shoulder left, one, shoulder left. Shoulder left. Now pitch. Pretty much in.
What are these white?
They are a sponge. Yeah. Cladorizid sponges, and a big bush of hydroids. Not interested in hydroids? No.
Good collection, man.
Good job.
Some more stuff here.
I'm just going to have a look at that chitin again.
Okay.
It'd be pretty hard for us to get it, but I'll get a nice picture. So there you can see this is a chitin that has the 8 shell plates, but then that long front flap that if it was in a hunting position would be lifted up slightly for something to crawl in underneath. And then a little yellow bryozoan there in the foreground just in front of it, and then other bryozoans, and then here's a tube anemone in one of the holes in the lava flow. Anything else of interest, Paul? Or should we just keep going?
I think we can.
There's some little cup corals, but
No.
too small. All right, we can keep going. Thank you.
You want to do a transect to get up to?
Yeah, why don't we do that? That'll make sure we get there.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, this will be transect number 3.
Alright, we're good. I'm gonna set up. You wanna measure out 100 meters from our setup? Transect.
Transect 100 meters
Yes, please.
from here, right?
Yes.
Right, almost, I'm gonna scoot up and take us right to 1. I'll set up for us right to.
It's 106 meters to 1.
Oh, then
So
let's.
cut
Yeah.
there.
Perfect.
Just let us know when you start.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a 100-meter transect now, and that means we don't stop, much as we would like to, potentially.
Sit on your hands.
But this is important for Devon, who's on this cruise. It's his project, and quantifying the megafauna. So we do 5 or so transects per dive at a fixed point above the bottom, and then he has the lasers for also for guidance, and then he can quantify all of the organisms across all of the various sites we've been to in relation to other parameters like depth,
Very good.
oxygen.
As much center on this as possible. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna measure it again.
We are 107.
Alright. Go ahead and start now. And we'll just go a little bit over when we hit that spot.
Yep. Okay.
Started?
Alright, yep.
It's time to open the vessel.
We've never seen coral abundance like this on any of the other dives.
You don't remember
I
that?
haven't, no, not this dense.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Like this big sponge here.
Do you want me to give my biopharmaceuticals?
Yeah, we're on a transect now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so earlier I mentioned biopharmaceutical potential in natural products, and some of the funding for the work the funding we're gonna use to study these samples comes from NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, and they've funded us to not only assess the communities out here, what animals are present, what microbes are present, but also to assess the biopharmaceutical potential of these organisms. And what that means is that, as many of you may know, many of the drugs that we have today, antibiotics, anti-cancer agents, these come from often plants or microbes that were sourced from land, and the oceans have been poorly studied in this regard. And NOAA didn't fund us to come out here and try to do drug discovery per se, but they've funded us to get a sense of what the potential of these habitats are as a potential future resource for natural product discovery. So that's why we're calling it biopharmaceutical potential. And one of the reasons for understanding that is, of course, because there's interest in protecting these habitats. And if we can recognize that by maintaining the diversity of these communities, then we can help also preserve potentially beneficial value that they may have for us in a societal sense, then there's a strong rationale for doing that. So that's one of the aims of this program, is to not only assess what's here, both the big things, the invertebrates that we're enjoying looking at, but also the small things that we can't see, the microbes, the bacteria, fungi, other types of microbes that live here and have lived here for a long time and have adapted to life here in ways that we think might include allowing them to produce these molecules that we call natural products that we wouldn't see if we were to look at microbes on land who are adapted to very different types of habitats. And so we're basically just in effect doing a survey of what's here and what potential these organisms have in this area of biopharmaceuticals, so we can have a better understanding of the value of these communities and why it's important to maintain them in a healthy state.
Your meeting was the busy last year, or meeting was the busy last year?
Yeah, I finished writing a book.
Really? Bigger reference book of worms.
Yeah. Yeah, and a reference book. Going to the worms, the segmented worms of the world, coming out in December.
It's not out yet.
Not out yet, it's in production.
Is it going to be at the aquarium bookstore?
No, they won't.
They
I
won't?
don't think so. Hopefully you can get it on Amazon, but I think it'll be a limited market. It's going to have a lot of pretty pictures though. Some of them taken on the Falkor.
Pink socks?
No, different worms.
Different worms?
Not the purple socks or pink socks.
But yeah, I was very happy. We finished that in May. Got it to the publishers. Now we can write up some of the discoveries we've made on the farm.
We were discussing it. You might be one or two for scientists with the most expedition. Only 5 people.
Yep. And another one in October, November. Will you be on that?
If it's an ROV.
Mexico?
Yeah.
We're waiting on the permits.
We're in Mexico.
Gulf of California out of La Paz.
Nice. To the seeps?
Vents.
Vents?
Oh, vents and seeps, potentially.
Did you ever see the videos of the underwater waterfall? That's
I was with you.
Oh, you were?
Yeah. 18. Yeah, we'll be going back there, man.
Whoever's pushed on this gets fired.
Oh, we won't touch it.
How was lunch? Can I get fired? Keep pushing it up.
Something about a book, maybe. You need to explain
A
the
book.
cat deal.
Yes, 20 years ago I wrote a book on segmented worms, and it was definitely time for a new edition. So it's called Annalita, by myself, Greg Rouse, and two co-authors, Frederick Plale and Eakin Tillage, and it'll be published by Oxford University Press in December or January, depending on production time. Richly illustrated and a lot of dense text, but there's always the pictures to look at. It'll be very much a specialist reference book, but
A must for your coffee table.
maybe. There are some great photos, I have to say. My collaborator Frederick Plale is a wonderful photographer. Question about the sponges. The darker ones are probably dead sponges, so we're seeing a lot of... Sorry, the microphone was a bit away from me. We're seeing a lot of dead sponges down here. So right in front of us, where the lasers are, is a dead sponge with some purple octocoral on it. A big dead sponge to the right with the basket stars on it. And we're nearing the end of this transect, getting to the top of the ridge. Some spectacular bubblegum corals on the right. Ah.
The sponges that have growth on them is usually
Yeah. My colleague Eakin is in the chat, who's a co-author on the book. We'll try and encourage as many sales as we can. So there's a sponge that's partly dead and partly alive, and you can see the dramatic color difference. So we're at the top of this ridge now, and you can see it's just wonderfully rich, and there's some big corals coming up.
Now we're seeing the purple individuals.
Yeah.
We're going to need one of those for sure.
We hoped that this ridgetop would be rich, and it's proving to be so. So we'll be traversing along this depth at about 1,250 meters for the rest of the dive. We are hoping to find rocks, though, that we can pick up, and at the moment there aren't many. previous edition of our book sold 1,000 copies over 20 years, so it's not going to be a bestseller in any way or form. But thanks for any support. Also, Oxford tends to charge a lot for their books, so we're hoping they'll do a paperback version that might be more cost friendly.
We close? I want one of those purple Oregonians.
Oh, okay.
Done with the translation, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
So, are you later ahead?
You never know if it's the last one you'll see or there's going to be a whole field of them coming up.
Yeah. There's a question about lifespan of sponges, and it's a bit hard to estimate without observational data. There's not a lot of nutrients in the water column down here for them to filter feed the fish. Oh, you want the coral? We're not stopping.
If we're done,
Deal with it.
if we're done,
There he goes.
want that guy.
Alright, and that will be us right there, right in front of this nice little rocket over here.
Can we get that guy?
Yeah, let's, before we settle down, I think this could be a good candidate
that-
for
or
a
is-
3D flyover.
Alright.
Have you done those?
Yeah.
I have, but Cody loves
Cody's
to do
gonna
them.
do it?
He can't
Okay.
wait to do them.
I can't tell if that's the Paragorgia or maybe it is, not the purple one.
Well, we'll hang out
Yeah.
here and do a.
Okay, so that was a stop, right?
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, here you go.
1958.
Oh,
Transact.
scan white.
Take what?
So far,
We're done.
Scan white.
No, yeah, no.
Yep.
Everything's up to date. Okay. Perfect.
So where were we? Sponges. So yeah, they're can be very large here and in shallow water, and leads one to think they could be very old. And with the limited nutrients in the water, that may well be the case. But there's really very little data. Some studies in Antarctica, which is a much richer ecosystem in terms of nutrients in shallow water than here, has suggested these glass sponges can grow quite quickly in a matter of years to reach something like the size we're seeing. But we don't have any data for a nutrient poor environment like this.
Are you going to fly over to that one rock right here?
Yeah. Thanks, Cody. We'll focus on that rock and the surrounds. You just let them know when you're ready, and they'll mark it.
Kill the lasers.
I thought it was that rock there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was a rock that had a purple coral on it.
Is that one?
Yeah.
This one right over here. No baskets still there. Looks right.
So we're going to fly over this feature a few times in a few different directions. Cody's running the ROV right now, and we'll be then using the 4K footage to make a 3D model of this feature. And we hope to make at least one of these models from each dive. But I suspect today we might see a... Ready when you are.
Here we go.
Okay.
3D of it.
We hope to make a few of these to highlight the features that we see for at least every site on this cruise. Yeah. Paul, do you want to comment on the color of these corals at this depth? Why they might have these colors? Such as that purple one. No? Yeah, we don't know. These corals might have relatives in shallower waters and may have evolved up there with those pigments and then colonized deeper waters and brought the pigments with them as a constraint. But many things that colonize deeper waters tend to become black or red, which makes them effectively black. Or many things are white. Since there's no light down here, it doesn't matter what color they are, in a way. But why these corals can be so spectacular is a bit of a mystery. So you want the purple one?
Yeah.
And the Paragorgia?
I don't think the Paragorgia. I think
Just the purple?
I think the purple.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure of that or on the other side of the rock, whichever's easier or better.
Look at that one.
Yeah, this is amazing. Well, San Juan is living up to its reputation. We haven't seen this density of gorgonians before on any of our dives, so suggests there's probably a lot of current here, a good habitat for them. And we've yet to see this purple variety. And I haven't seen it in any of our guidebooks either, so be curious to see who it is and what sort of chemistry it holds.
Doug.
Greetings, Doug. Glad to see you signed in. Okay, yeah, I thought Alex would be interested in that purple gorgonian, so we'll be sure to grab it. Yeah, so some people from my lab are tuning in, and one of them's a natural products chemist. And so it's an exciting discipline to be able to potentially be the first person to look at an extract derived from a deep sea animal that potentially no one's ever studied before, that could contain lots of new organic molecules, and then the task of the natural products chemist like Alex Bogdanov from my lab, who's watching in now, is to isolate and solve the structure of these molecules, which is a very challenging and time-consuming effort, but a lot of fun too, kind of like putting a jigsaw puzzle together in certain ways. Yeah, hi Sandy. Yeah, I don't know. I'll make a note of that. Victor Gorgia. We've got a couple of guidebooks with us, so we're trying to scan through them and see if we can get some tentative names on these animals. But thanks for the tip. So this has a brittle star, an ophiuroid, echinoderm, or otherwise known as snake star, with its arms all wrapped around the coral. And a photobomb rat tail, been following us for the last few minutes. All right. Make a beauty shot of that. Thanks, Nick. Okay. That's beautiful. Okay, we're going to go ahead and sample. It's going to be, I don't know how much of that you can get. It seems there's two different like as much as ones. What do you think? Is that there's one stuck there and another one there? Yeah, maybe that piece. Yeah, that'd be good.
See what comes up with it.
Yep.
You want to go into a
Quiver, please. Yeah.
It says the ones left are 9 and 14.
9 or 10 is fine. The quivers.
There's something in 10, 9.
Oh, 10 is.
It's 9,
10's occupied according to this.
Oh, okay.
So 9 or 14. 9, 14, 16. That one might have been easier.
So you make it basically as close to the base as possible.
Yes.
Yes, comment about the zoanthids in the back. It looks like a colony of the golden kind has been covered up by zoanthids. They often use the skeleton of another octocoral and grow over it.
Bigger than I thought.
Is that big enough?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't realize that big.
Nicely done. It's a lot of brittle star with that, and we'll have to untangle it. Is that enough? You want another piece?
I don't know. Maybe I want to see what it looks like when it goes in the quiver.
Yeah.
So that was 16, was it?
14.
14.
Top down first.
Yep.
You can grab another piece.
I'd like that. I'd like to do that.
So we've got one nice piece of the purple coral, possibly Victorgorgia, and one brittle star, a kind of brittle star called a snake star. Thank you, Nick. We'd like another piece.
Same one?
Yes, please.
Go to the same port?
Same place.
Okay. And I'm going to just zoom in where you want to go.
Yeah. What do you think? Part of this one? Yeah, it looks like it's stuck on a. It grows along, and then it sends up branches.
Yep.
So I don't know what'll be easiest to take off. Maybe if you could grab it along there, or somewhere. This kind of part would be good.
Sorry, I did not see it.
Huh? A little bit. It was a little chilly up there.
What's
Greg, what's the pink coral behind it?
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the.
We think that's a zoanthid.
Oh.
So it's a kind of.
That's what I'm looking for.
Fake
It
coral.
grows over
Yeah.
the
on top
skeleton. Grew over probably the skeleton of one of the other, the yellow golden coral. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, we'll watch out. Snatch against coming in.
Can it go what?
It will go away.
Yeah.
It fell down. Yeah, it's good.
It was just up toward the top. I didn't think you could go that far in.
Did you give these two
Gun
different
numbers?
No. One number.
It's in one number. One number.
I don't really
These are great collections. These are really good collections.
Was there cake today?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's Tanya's birthday.
What
It's
kind of
like
cake
a
was it?
delicious gooey brownie
The
thing.
bottom end on this one. This is narrow at the bottom.
Yeah, we used to go around these.
It's easier to push it than it is than trying to balance it. Brag or go, morning turkeys.
Get like 50% of the gallons that it goes. Push it down instead of pushing it out.
Well done.
Five rocks.
You still need 5?
Yeah. Let's see if we can get a rock or two out of the way. Thanks, Nick. That was excellent.
good for close it up?
Yes. Thank you.
This is what I was hoping these dies would look like.
Collect samples of that all day long.
Okay. Well, today's your day. Paul's going to have you collecting for the rest of the dive. You think the zoanthid is unlikely to have natural products? Have you done one of those?
They've been studied.
Well,
yeah.
they do palithoins and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Palitoxin? Palitoxin, yeah. And somehow they've got to knock off the coral they're growing over. Presumably they kill it somehow.
Yeah, well, true. Good point.
Do you know much about palitoxin?
Yeah, so that's an interesting story. There's an animal called Palithoa that looks something like a coral morphologically, except it's soft, and it's abundant in Hawaii, and there are some old records of explorers in Hawaii who reported that the Hawaiian natives, when they would have a battle, would take their spears and rub the tips on this animal, and it would make them deadly. And so it turns out that the Hawaiians knew that there was a toxin associated with this animal, and it turns out chemists studied it and they called it palitoxin, and it's an enormously potent neurotoxin. And so, pretty interesting backstory. It's not too often in the world of marine natural products that you get to learn from sort of traditional medicines about what animals may contain toxic molecules, but in this case that's one of the few examples I know where that was actually the case.
Thanks, Paul. So next time we see a zoanthid, we'll point it out for you to see one. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Heading toward Woodland 2.
Okay.
Just let me know when to stop.
Lots of rocks.
Yeah, we need to pick up some rocks, so this is looking good.
Right here somewhere?
Yeah, why not? Yes, these look a good size.
Okay.
Let's see.
Take a look around real quick and
Yeah, we'll see if Kira would like to comment on the rocks.
You can ask me to do that stuff too if you want.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Just send a message.
Oh, this
Nicaragua.
two
Pycnogonids?
sea spiders, yeah, pycnogonids, and a beautiful white scale worm on the rock there. Pycnogonids are called sea spiders. They're not really a spider. They're in the same basic group as spiders, Chelicerata, but they don't. It looks like they have 8 legs, but they actually have another pair that's tucked away. And these two both have their snouts pointing upwards, and you can just see little orange dots, hopefully, on your feed, and that's where their eyes are. And they have very little bodies and mostly legs, and you can see on the one on the left in particular, the legs are filled with white material, and that's the gonad. So the gonads extend down into their legs. Yeah. Maybe we'll be able to pick one of those up, or we'll slurp it. There's a chain of male shell. Minor glitch. We'll be back on the bottom in a little while. What happened?
Start painting it a little bit. Nick. Drop the mark around.
So we're on top of a ridge, still below the summit of the San Juan Seamount. We're at about 1,200 meters. We picked this place because we're looking for a rich diversity of corals. And we have been lucky, and we've got that. The oxygen level here is pretty good. And
Where are we going?
well, we've come off the bottom just,
For some reason?
yeah, well,
Not on purpose?
not on purpose, but Cody's just getting it back under control.
Stop painting now?
Stopping.
Yep.
So the ship pulled us, yanked us, basically. The ship just pulled us.
Might have. Yeah. come up away. So we're just trying to get back down onto the bottom.
Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Coming back down to it. So, about 80. Yeah. Paddle went crazy.
What's that?
The paddle went crazy. Change that dead bend. We'll just have to go through that and then joystick all together. Just get it up. Yeah, it's fine. Perfect.
All right, lumpy, loby rocks we're looking for.
Alright, let's go back to where we were.
Lisa wants rocks with animals. Oh, I see your thumbs up. You're way ahead of me. Kira would like rocks on the seafloor.
Yes, yeah. The elusive floating rocks. We missed them again. Move on. Could we look at this rock, please, Cody?
That's kind of exactly where we were, right?
Yeah.
Here. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry for the little detour we had to take.
Sebastian had a, was it the ship pulled us, or Sebastian had a mind of its own?
Had a little mind of its own for a quick second.
Could we have the lasers back on, please? So here we've got a rock with a little cup coral, 2 cup corals maybe, yellow bryozoan colony, and the large feathery thing is a sea cucumber. It's a plated sea cucumber that's a filter feed down part, and then the whole head section. Could I iris down?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay. Balance, and so it has 10 of those arms, and it'll pull them in individually and lick the food off and then extend it back out.
Try to virus? Did anything?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
working.
okay.
That's good. You want?
Would you like us to do a white balance? Yeah,
Sure.
put it on.
Yeah.
Stand by for your white balance. Go early and auto. So that thing's pretty white, right?
Yes, the tentacles. Yeah. So this is called a, well, Solidae, P-S-O-L-I-D-A-E. And it's quite hard, and it glues onto the rock. It can move, but it'll largely stay in that position. Oh, that's a nice color balance
A
there.
lot better now. Huh?
Yeah. And a nice feather worm. Yeah. Gilded. It's got a worm-like body, but a feathery crown extending out. We could get the rock with the coral as well. Do we have that coral? It's got an isopod there, and it's got that's a mollusk.
Oh.
Yeah, the worm mollusks, Aplacophora, wrapped around it. Yeah, so maybe these rocks are actually grabbable.
Okay.
Try this one first. Oh yeah, it's a bit far away.
Lab who's been watching the dive and helping to look up some of the IDs of these animals has confirmed that it is a Victor Gorgia species and looks like it was described in 2020, so just quite recently.
Oh, very good. Oh, greetings to my friends Kevin and Emily in Alabama.
This one,
We'll keep this Aplacophoran for you.
this one's less big, right? This one. That's what he's on.
Oh, he's on that rock?
Yeah, you see the base of it?
Got it. Too big.
Right there.
Well, we might then pluck it off, but
Might be able to plug that whole thing.
yeah. But this rock, I think,
This
with
rock, yeah.
the cucumber we can take. Yeah.
That one right there. Yeah, that one for sure. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and torch out. Okay. Oh wait, you wanna get some video of the rock itself? See what's on it?
Yeah. Thanks.
There you go. All here, great. Put coral next to it too.
The best to keep the yellow on it. Yellow coral.
Yeah, that's got a sea spider on it as well. So the sea spider's probably preying on the bryozoan. They often eat bryozoa. It's got a little proboscis here that it pokes in and eats the polyps. And the white chain of things on the rocks are okay, thank you.
Okay. Torch out.
Yep. Sebastian, the manipulators are incredibly strong and could pick up quite a large rock, but we're limited by using our rocks pretty carefully to make sure, as you'll see when we open up the bio box, we have very particular taste in the size of the rocks that we want. So we've got one more space here, or any when they.
We'll fill this box. Good.
Sea spiders, yeah, the pycnogonids, they can eat. They like various kinds of cnidaria. Often we see them in the deep sea attacking anemones. And you can find sea spiders in shallow water, but they're often pretty small. And in Antarctica, in shallow water in Antarctica, they get to be quite giant. This one that we've got on the rock here is pretty small. So there you can see our inserts in the bio boxes. Lisa Levin, our chief scientist, came up with this great idea that you have these perspex boxes, or it's easy to track individual rocks. A rock from collection through all the phases of processing. The key thing is, though, we've got to make sure that the rock we get will fit inside that chamber. So we use the lasers and try and guess that the rock is okay, and we're hoping that this one won't extend too far down into the sediment.
Am I going for the rock piece right here?
That's it. Left laser, where the lasers are. Nicely done. We'll get an image of it. Thanks, Nick. Okay. Yeah, you can see the sea cucumber's retracted. It's pulled in its tentacles. Now looks like a little volcano. You can see the plates. And then below that we've got a yellow branching bryozoan, a few brittle stars, another white encrusting bryozoan, some sponges. I hope we still have the sea spider.
Is that a worm down there?
It looks like a
Spaghetti worm?
Anemone. I think it's an anemone. That's good.
Busy rock.
Okay, it's a nice rock. You got the camera? Okay.
Lisa approves.
Good. And we chose a pretty good size. That's just about right. Yeah, they're heavy. Thank you, Nick. And that's 4 rocks done. 4 more to go. I will have a look.
second rock.
Well, let's have a look. We'll see. We might just pick off the coral. Yeah. So tonight we'll take that rock into the lab and remove all of the different animals, quantify how many there were there, and that'll be Lisa Levin's lab team will do that, and we'll be helping out with the identification of the animals and archiving them for the future, and use of researchers into the benthic invertebrate collection at Scripps. We take photos of the animals, take samples for DNA studies, and then preserve them in the appropriate chemical, and then they get accessioned into our collection. And then Lisa uses the identifications to get more of a sense of the ecology of this areas. And then Paul Jensen and his team, they'll be swabbing the surface of the rock to get a sense of the microbial community, the microbiome that's covering the rocks. And one of the goals is to get an understanding potentially of the mineralization, how microbes might contribute to things like ferromanganese crusts or phosphoritic crusts.
You gonna try for another rock here, or you wanna move on?
I think we should get another one now.
It's closing the box. Well, I
It's
guess that
full.
box full. Yeah,
It's a
you're
full
right.
box.
You want anything? You good?
I'm good.
Espresso?
I got some.
Sure, okay.
Yeah. It's nice when a box is filled. All right, thanks, Cody.
No, we do have that. Number 13, maybe? It has the bivalve in it.
Oh yeah, we could
Put
put
a coral there.
put the coral in there. Why don't we do that? And then we will grab another rock. It could be. Let's see. Would you want to do the coral first?
Quick.
Yeah.
You want the whole thing?
Yeah, I'll just get another real image of
Yeah.
that, the little mollusk that's on there. These little mollusks don't have a shell, as you see in many other mollusks. It has spicules covering its body, which we can't really see here. Very interesting group.
Got a lot of stuff on there.
And they, we often find them on these corals, preying on the coral.
Go get it.
Yes, please.
Alrighty. Approach out. You want to put it in 13 with that bivalve,
Yeah.
or you want it in a separate one by itself?
No, 13 is good. Yeah,
Okay.
we've only got a couple left, so. Actually, 2 left. Nicely done. When you take that, we'll get the little mollusks off it. I've made a note it's there, but it might fall off into the quiver, but we'll get the whole rack of quivers into the lamb.
Okay. Had mollusks on it, you said?
Yeah. At least one. No. Yeah, just
from the rock.
it took a bit of the rock with it. I think it's called a golden coral. The skeletons have got a golden colour when we get the polyps on.
Great.
Let's get a rock and enjoy
Yeah.
the transit.
Yeah, good.
Get us somewhere else. Yeah. Great, thank you, Nick. All right, we'll get one more rock.
You want Kira to look?
She said sort of lobby. She has a comment there in the chat.
Go look for lumpy loby one. Lumpy loby.
It's hard to tell where one rock stops sometimes and the other one begins.
It's got a whole lot of life on it.
I think that's not a bad size. How about that rock?
Let's go take a look at it. I'll pick up and
Okay.
post it to the-
Oh, it might be too long. No. Okay. I think it's several rocks.
It looks like I have a break there.
Yeah, do you want to?
I can give it a shot.
Have a
If I
try.
can get this section up.
Yeah.
If I do get it, choose one.
We're gonna put the SH90 down for you, it shouldn't be an issue, but just let you know before the summer's going on.
That's good there.
Is there two boxes or are you count those spots right there?
Yeah. Yeah, we're done. This we can put something in, but we'll go back here.
Just not a rock, right? All rocks and these.
This is all rocks.
Okay.
Yeah. But here we'll put
Sludge.
non-rock. Yeah.
Cool.
very solid after
Yeah.
that.
But over there to the right, there's that little small one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, right there. That's it.
Yep.
So that one looks good.
Okay.
Alright.
So I got the arm inside of this box right now.
Say again.
I got the arm inside of the biodiverse or on top of it here. Picture of it.
Yeah, frozen for a picture.
All right, thank you. Okay, the little threads running along this are serpulid worm tubes, and there's a little coral, solitary coral polyp at the top. Okay, thank you, Nick. Any of those are open?
With the green
Dealer's choice.
Okay. Get my hard ones in first. Sure. Pull it out just a little bit. Perfect. That's a great idea.
Got some elbow action here. Shoulder down just a little bit.
What is there? Pretty much everything.
Yeah, your head.
Go for release.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Please.
Port chin. You want the punch out?
So we've collected 5 rocks now. Our goal today is to get 8, as well as to do 5 transects, collect some sponges and corals, and hopefully some other animals, and also to do some suction sampling of some sediments. And so we've still got a bit to do. We've got a few more hours left on this dive. We'll be doing a transect now, 4th transect. And we're pretty much at 1,250 meters for the rest of this dive, traversing along a ridgetop on the San Juan Seamount.
Alright. 100 meter?
Yes, please. So we're going to go at 100 meters fixed height. We have. Yes, please. We haven't seen that one today. Luckily, we hadn't pressed go. Had you? We're interested in sea urchins because we're doing a sea urchin phylogeny, evolutionary tree.
Some long spines.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they get a little bit broken.
What kind of sea urchin is that?
Nico will tell us in a second.
Sea urchin.
Okay. It looks more spiny than the one we got last year. I did pick up some in Costa Rica. This is interesting.
It's like a albino diadema.
Can we iris down a little bit, please?
Iris is yours, sir.
Thank you. There we go. Yeah. I'll just get a laser on it. Okay, it's quite a big urchin. Okay. It might work if you grab the spines, or some of the spines.
So, what kind of testing do you do with that? Do you see what's inside it, what it eats, and that sort of thing?
We'll sample the tissue for DNA. So Nico's here to do a project on the sequencing of the DNA.
No, I was curious about how to grab it. I was going to be really meticulous and try not to break the spines off.
Oh, we don't mind if you break a few spines. We'll be going into the test or pulling off the tube feed around the outside.
You might throw some spines out too, right?
They're pretty brittle, so
Yeah.
but if you grab it enough, it might let you pick it up.
We're scared by the
In Costa Rica, we had those sea urchins that you could barely see the spines. Every time we go up to it, push further away. Is that Costa Rica?
They were amazingly mobile.
Yeah, very mobile. The spines are so see-through.
Yes, sea urchins, like sea stars, have tube feet. And maybe when we pick this up, oh, and there was a crinoid just swam away. Crinoids are also in the echinoderm clade group, and they all share the presence of these tube feet that they can use for moving or feeding or both. Nicely done. Oh, that's great.
Did you get it in there? Sorry.
Yeah, it's in the open part.
Was it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mailbox sheet.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Okay, now we'll start the transect. Yeah.
Happy with the lighting, camera.
So, that's a white one. You want to start with shape for support.
So we're going to move now, relatively constant height above the bottom for about 100 meters. So the macrofauna, the megafauna can be quantified.
Good lighting and everything.
I think it looks pretty good. Maybe a little iris up a little bit. Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Great.
And begin transect?
Yes, please.
Number?
Bridge ROV, we've updated your weight.
5? Transect 5?
Transect 4.
4.
RV Bridge, fantastic, thank you very much.
Left side of dial box G. To the right side.
Switch speed right here.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Cody. It's the only one of those oceans we've seen all day.
Yeah, doesn't shoot at me.
How many Niskins have we done? 3. Do we know how many water samples is the ones we have enough for us? She has 2. That's for sure it's more than 2.
So if you've just joined us, we're on the San Juan Seamount. It's an extinct volcano off the coast of Southern California. It's over 150 miles west of Los Angeles. And it's a large feature. It's about 40 kilometers long, 15 kilometers wide. And we're seeing a lot of magnificent sponges today and corals. We're on a ridgetop at 1,250 meters below the surface. It comes up a bit higher and it goes down a lot deeper. We started today at about 1,500 meters. We've made our way up a slope and we're now on the ridgetop, and we'll continue along this ridgetop for the rest of the dive, since we figure we'll see a good diversity of corals at this depth. We haven't seen many fish today, but there's a rockfish, the red sebastes there on the lower left. The big pink branching things are a kind of brittle star called a basket star. They have 5 arms like other brittle stars, but they branch and they catch plankton with those.
Still warm, so we can go for That's why I sat there.
On the left, on the right, we've got large sea star called a brisingid, and they tend to stick their arms up into the water current and catch their food that way. We should see more brisingids along the way. There's a spectacularly large plate-like sponge coming up into the view now. So, well over a meter across, that sponge.
So have you heard of the Monte range? So it's a submarine torpedo test fire range, right? So it's in an area, it's kind of in.
We can put a sponge in with your urchin if we want to.
Yes.
Okay. We've got 2 quivers and 1 box left. 3 rocks. So we could do 3 coral sponge samples, 3 rocks. Unless, I don't know if there's other inverts you want to collect. Maybe we can double up with some of them if possible.
In a quiver. We didn't get any other sea cucumbers, but we stopped seeing them.
Just that alone is like a huge area, but I mean, I can't remember how big it is.
There is the other kind of urchin we might go for, but it could go in here with another coral sponge. And I would like to just do one more slurp somewhere.
Yeah.
But we've got still. Maybe we need to come.
We're only halfway, basically.
Yeah. No.
So we're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
It's a different color there. It's almost green looking.
It's kelp.
It's a what?
Kelp. It's a piece of kelp. Yeah.
I think we've sampled that really big sponge that we just passed.
The big plate one?
Yeah. We get it after the transect.
We can drop a pin on the next one.
on the website.
Z7.
Z-U-L-U-S?
No.
Huh?
Just put Z7.
right. Very good. Thank you. And we finish on a gigantic sea anemone.
Okay, we good?
No, I don't. It'd be pretty tricky to sample that. Yeah.
Basket spreaders.
There's a. Can we see the sponge on the left, please, Cody? Is that the sponge you had in mind, Paul?
No.
No.
but
Okay. Oh no, that's more of a barrel one. You meant the long plate.
Yeah. Wouldn't be
Yeah.
completely opposed to that. Could be one.
You want to look at that one?
Yeah.
Could we look at that sponge? Thank you.
That looks different than what they collected this morning. Is it?
Okay, thank you. Ah, snailfish.
Yeah, so it's good. Good size. Just take the whole thing.
Take it and
Yeah.
into the box.
Yes, please. Johanna says, yes, please.
All right. I would like the sponge.
Okay.
Huh?
Whole sponge or just
The whole thing.
right here? Hold it. Okay.
So it can go where the sea urchin is.
Oh, near the rock.
Oh, near the rocks. More like rocks.
So we're going to sample this sponge. Need a relatively large volume of biomass to do the chemistry that's needed. So they're going to take most of this. Hopefully it'll come to a narrow base. Might be able to sort of pluck the whole thing off. This will be our last dive, second dive here on San Juan Seamount, then we're heading south. The weather's pretty good, so we're going to stay offshore. We've got another couple of seamounts to explore. There we go. And some other creatures as well. And then we're going to head inshore around the Channel Islands. We'll be doing some more dives. We'll be out until August the 6th. Our last dive probably will be August the 5th, weather permitting.
If that's too big for the quiver, it can go in that forward bio box. on
No,
one
that's
side.
where we're going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no way we'll get that in a quiver.
A lot of shoving.
I'd like to take there'll be a lot of things in the base. Yeah. We've got some interesting sites to come. We're excited to go to a place called Little Joe Seamount in 2 days. That'll probably be our deepest dive. And so try and join us for that. Then our last dives will be between Catalina Island and Los Angeles. We're exploring an area that was highlighted recently in the media for not a very positive reason. A whole lot of DDT barrels were dumped there in the 70s and 60s. And we're going to go and see what's going on where those barrels are. But mostly we're exploring hard grounds. So we're going to see a lot more rocks in the next 10 days.
Nice job. Loading up.
That's great, Nick. Thank you. Lots of stuff on that. Okay, well,
Lisa wants 2 Niskins when we get some rocks next.
next rocks. Okay.
Maybe this is a good place.
We could get rocks here.
Uh-huh.
Maybe 2 rocks here and doing another transect and another rock.
Yeah.
We're still not at waypoint 2, and we're just
Don't go anywhere.
What now, sir?
Lumpy rocks.
Anything else over here?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll grab a rock. Maybe we'll get 1 rock here and then move again.
It's like a little look.
Yeah, thank you.
Look, see. Decent one right in front of us, right where the stations are.
Which one did you mean, Cody?
That one right where that left laser is?
This one?
Yeah.
Let me have a look at it.
Big on top.
Let's see. What do you think?
There's one right below it.
That's, yeah. It's got a little scale worm on it. I think we could slurp in there too. Yes, you can read about the DDT barrels. Go to the Scripps Oceanography website. There's a report on it recently about mapping it, and there's been a media coverage a few months ago. The scale of the dumping is pretty extraordinary. The barrels are lying at about 1,000.
We may be able to help resolve. So they know the company that did the dumping was manufacturing DDT in the 70s. And there's been other sites where DDT's been detected on the ocean bottom, but this is a whole new dump site that is pretty extensive, and no one sampled it yet. No one sonar, some other techniques, but no one's actually seen what's there before, so we'll be the first ones to see it, hopefully, and the first ones to sample from it. We'll find out the extent of what types of chemicals were dumped there.
I'll have to pop up and come back because we're covering the rock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll be live streaming the DDT dives. We'll be there for 2 days, we think. lots of push cores into the sediment. And so I want to
corrected me in that David Valentine has actually seen the barrels at this site, analyzed them while we're here on the ship, and so we'll take these samples back with us and to do the analysis. And we have a colleague back at Scripps who will be doing those analyses. We're also hoping to get some funding from possibly the state of California to help do these studies. And Dianne Feinstein, our senator, took a lot of interest in this and has been lobbying Congress for what may need to be done. And one of the concerns are that these compounds accumulate in the food chain. And so, of course, if in terms of human health implications, there's concerns if these compounds are accumulating up the food chain and potentially in fish that are harvested commercially, that would be a problem. So we're going to start at the bottom, start at the baseline and look at what's in the sediments, and then work our way up as far as we can with the samples that we can collect.
nice.
Rock 6.
I just need somebody to come to me at 3 o'clock, because I have a call with them in the library. I'll speak to you.
So, 2 more Niskins here?
2 Niskins here, yeah.
Thanks, Cody. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So Cody's taking a break. Now we've joined to drive the ROV by J-Ron. And Nick is still with us doing all his great collections. That one doesn't seem to stick in very well.
Yeah, just gotta tighten that one up. They're just, well, they are toilet blanks, so it's only like when you put the toilet, you put that in.
Yeah, Cat D. I don't think it would hurt to contact Dianne Feinstein and let her know that you're concerned about what's been dumped off our coast, and that we need to devote some of our tax dollars to study these sites and understand what's there and maybe what can be done about it. And so I know some people from Scripps have already testified in front of Congress about what we know and what we don't know. But certainly hearing from constituents, I think, is always a good thing. So, yeah. Let her know your thoughts about it.
So we're going to mosey a little more and then do a transit, but first Lisa would like 2 more water samples here. So 2 more Niskins.
you some Niskins?
Yes, please.
Niskins. And none have been taken, correct?
2 have been, I think, or 3. How many Niskins have we done so far?
3, so 4 or 5 are open.
4, 5, and 6 are open. Did you use the regular oil anymore last night?
No, didn't get any more critters to work on, but it's only the ones that have those jaws that it's good for. But scale worms are good for that. I want to try it on a scale worm.
Is that 2, correct? 2 Niskins?
Yes, please. So any of 4, 5, and 6.
Lined up on 3 right now.
Taking some water samples of bottom water here, and the triggers will allow that bottom water to be sampled. So we have 6 bottles, and they hold a couple of litres each. Do we know the volume? Do you know the volume of our Niskins?
About 5 liters.
How many?
About 5.
5 litres.
Alright. 5 is misfire.
Misfire.
Do we want to trigger 6 then?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can trigger 6. We'll call it. That worked. And in the video there, you should have seen the cap close. So
That cat.
okay.
Sponge just hanging out over
Here's a
there. Job. Alright, so for the transect, what was you saying?
I think we'll go on a little more and then do a transit because we just finished one.
Okay, so just flying over.
Let's go past waypoint 3, 2 on to 3.
Like go this direction or come down to the
Oh, you can get straight to 3.
Okay.
4, sample 91. Niskin 6.
No, 5 didn't work.
The rocks. Yeah.
Pull me in.
Transect 4. How many transects does he want?
5. So one more transit, but we'll do that a little later.
Killing it.
Yeah. I'd like to find another feature to do a 3D mosaic too. Should be good. Something good along here to do a mosaic.
one, Victor Gorgia. Sounds like it's named after someone.
Yeah.
Victor.
I think I put that name in the log. It was there from the last cruise. Yellow sponge? We got a big yellow one earlier, right?
The first day, but I don't know what it looked like. I wouldn't mind getting
Oh,
another sponge. if we
that
get a
barrel one?
chance. Yeah.
The yellow barrel?
Yeah, a piece of that.
Oh,
Let's
kelp.
do it, kelp.
There you go.
Or kelp.
We'll look at the kelp and
Like a proper shit down.
It's weird looking too.
that's an anemone.
Oh, okay.
I can look at the kelp from before you settle.
It's up to you. I mean, I can get you a zoom in and just hold it if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Looks pretty fresh. It's got some amphipods on it, so here's a kelp fall from the surface that's fallen down here to 1,000 meters relatively recently. It looks pretty fresh. We found some interesting ones previously that have a diverse community associated with them. No, we'll move on, but sorry, we'll move over to the yellow side. Just, cool. This is that's got a zoanthid on it.
There's something purple to the right too. We should look at. I don't think we sampled that one.
Okay, we'd like to take a piece.
That'll something that'll fit in the quiver. Because that's what we're left with. Quivers.
You want to have a look at that?
Yeah, thank you.
That blue ball back there? That bluish green one?
Yeah, we picked one of those earlier.
Yeah, I understand that.
Oh, thank you.
Looks pretty well physically defended with all those
Yeah.
spicules. Pretty amazing.
But it's got a couple of shrimps there, a little crab, amphipods, a couple of worms living there on the left, on the tubes, including a spaghetti worm. So they're able to tolerate whatever defenses, chemical or spiny, that the sponge can put out. Here's a nice view of the filter feeding solid sea cucumber. They sit with their body attached to the rock, and so we've got the head away from us and the backside facing towards us.
Right behind you.
Dairy-free one? Well, very fortunate here in the control room. The chef Bert's just bought us some various selections of gluten-free, dairy-free ice creams. So pardon our noises while we open these up.
Alright, so you want these?
Yes, please. Into a quiver. Got. What do we have?
9 and 16.
But 16 is marked 15? Is that right?
I'll have the open one.
I didn't understand
Okay.
that.
Small piece of that.
Yeah, see,
Fine.
15.
Go inside. On the quiver.
Yeah.
I'm going to open one up, then I'll pull the plug back so you can see.
If the whole thing fits in, grab it. Up to you. Whatever you think you can get in there.
Yeah, I think we can get the whole thing in.
No, do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just from what I've seen.
It's pretty big. You're up to like.
Yeah, it's gonna get mashed in there a little bit.
Made it. Okay, thank you, Nick.
Just jealous. Jealous, Kira?
What's she jealous about? Like,
Okay, we're back. We had the audience selected that sponge really well. Yeah, let's continue on. Thank you. We took quite a lot of that sponge, but there's still the base is there, it's still attached, so it should be able to continue to feed and grow again. They need a good volume of sample in order to do the chemistry that's needed. That's why we take relatively large pieces of these rather than if we were just sampling for DNA, we would just take a fairly small piece, but there's more needed for other kinds of techniques. Do you want to explain the kind of extractions you do, Paul?
Extraction. So the molecules that we're interested in are, we can use organic solvents that are not particularly polar and pull those molecules out by grinding up the tissues. That's used sometimes, not all that commonly, but used sometimes as well. Away from water. Water's not a friend of organic chemists. Water's challenging to work with, and so you really hope that the molecules you're trying to isolate are soluble in an organic solvent of some sort, and then that facilitates the separation of a crude extract into the individual compounds. So these extracts will be quite complex. They'll contain molecules made by the sponge that we sample, and many sponges also house symbiotic bacteria. They feed on bacteria, amongst other things, and say by the sponge. Some will be metabolites from the bacteria that the sponge is eating, and some will be metabolites of bacteria that live in association with the sponge. And so there can be thousands of different molecules in these extracts. And what the natural products chemist is to sort through those and to find which ones might be interesting in terms of their structures, whether they've been identified in the past. If you're interested in if they have antibiotic or anti-cancer at my institution, obviously we're all very, very sensitized to the challenges of dealing with viral infections. And so if there aren't that many antibiotic type molecules that work against viruses, but that doesn't mean you can't use that approach to going from a crude organic extract of one of these sponges to really understanding the nature of the individual molecules that are in there and which may be the most promising. So there'll be lots of work to do on these samples when we return.
Great, thanks, Paul. So hopefully you get a better idea why we need to take relatively large samples while we're still trying to be aware not to take too much. But that's one of the great advantages of remote operated vehicles, is we can really be very choosy about what we take. Can you imagine what we would do if we ran a net over this surface? You interested in that? Yeah? No. Yeah?
Last quiver?
Yeah?
Take a piece of that.
Okay.
And then we're done this one.
Yeah, because we got Indeed, this is not a place you'd want to run a trawl net over. We are going to take a piece of this white sponge. That's true. Yeah, if you remember yesterday's dive, we made 100 meters and day before yesterday on Hancock Bank, and there was a net wrapped all the way around this rock. But we haven't seen any fishing gear today. So. But we've seen hardly any fish. So it's not a depth that fishing people would target.
How much of this would you like?
A quiver.
Hopefully not the whole
Yeah,
thing.
a quiver's worth. And some kind of edge of it would be fine.
So the only quiver open is 16 / actually 15.
Correct.
So the lids are wrong. So
The lids are wrong on our diagram, or the lids are wrong there, one way or the other.
oh, I see.
Could switch the lids.
Yeah. Can you guys switch the lids
Yeah.
so it matches our ducks?
This is the one that's actually, It's
You can swap the lids now.
you want as well.
It'd help us. Yeah.
Do you want me to come at a different angle?
I'm trying to figure out where I want to grab. That's all. Critical. Just thinking about this top left edge. Span it. Sorry.
Pretty, that's good.
Oh, it's fragile. I didn't expect that to be brittle. It's interesting.
That is not the piece I was going for.
But it's
Go take it.
a perfect size.
It's interesting.
Might come with an octocoral. Is it an octocoral?
Oh, good catch. That's amazing. To be that fragile
Nicely
and
done.
maintain that. It's
Yeah.
remarkable. Obviously, couldn't do that.
That's it.
Not sure.
It'll be easier without the coral.
Yeah.
But we could take the coral as well.
Oh, this one was gonna be so tricky, guys. There's a comment about revisiting in this case, but I can tell you I've seen from some colleagues who they weren't necessarily thinking about just with a cork borer and measuring the rates at which they would fill in the tissue area in that hole. A professor at UNC Wilmington named Joe Pollack has published a couple of papers on this and has some image. It depends on what type of sponge it is. Some sponges grow faster than others, but I was very surprised to regrow their tissues. So this will be Q16.
It's not destroying your sample too much to have it smashed up like
That's
that.
fine.
That's what I felt like.
You want the coral, right?
Do you want the coral in there with it? Yeah. Yes, please. Two more
We're
rocks.
full. Except for two. I got two.
I need a slope or two.
You need to get some stuff for you.
Yeah.
Don't want you going to bed too early tonight.
No, at the moment I'm going to bed early.
I got a good angle for this to make the pocket the right way so you can get a
Slurp away. Yes, sorry.
94? I'm gonna grab this and put it on first.
1916. Reversed. Here. They put 16 on there?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah.
Great. Okay, we got one more transect and two more rocks.
It's the one that keeps going loose, so it doesn't.
Maybe we want to knock that transect off and then finish with the rocks. Let's do the transect, yeah, thank you. So we're going to do our last transect. We've now filled our quivers with sponge and coral samples. And sample some sediments. But we've got about 25 minutes left. So we'll do our last transect. We're at under 1,200 meters now. We're heading along a ridge. Okay. And we're doing a 100-meter transect to quantify the megafauna, of which there's a lot you can see.
So not to boost the ego of the pilots too much, but there's a comment in the chat here about, I'll read it, the ROV pilots are incredibly talented, amazing to watch. Having these amazingly efficient pilots, they get the job done. It's really wonderful. Once the sponge starts to die, you can see other things can colonize it. Yeah. Hi, everybody. As you can see, we've got a whole lot of monitors here to monitor what's going on. The pilots have several cameras to help them orient this huge ROV. Oh, yeah.
Do you want to pause the transect? Look at it? No. Or keep going?
Oh, it just happened to be in the transect.
Just happened to be in the transect for a little
Okay, we've got a welcome visitor. Right.
I've seen one of those before.
Sorry, we couldn't spend longer with the Dumbo. We really have to get this transect done.
Joe and Kara. There you go.
They give you an off the bottom time?
15 minutes.
Oh, no, we're going till 5.
We're just gonna finish.
No,
this
on
transect.
for.
You have to leave at 4:45. Oh,
That's what we had agreed to that.
Sorry, Greg, I didn't realize that.
That's okay. 3:45 or 4? Between those? Or
Okay. Well, off deck.
Yeah. Oh,
Quarter to 4.
okay. We'll do it.
I thought it was 5.
No, on deck at 5. Yeah. We'll still be done.
Dead.
It's completely dead. Yeah. Makes you wonder what the senescence process is in a sponge. And the cells start to die. I mean, our cells have a limited number of divisions and then we start to age. All right, thanks, J-Ron. I think we could settle down
Done?
anywhere here and we'll pick up 2 more rocks.
Sponge will look at the rocks.
Hey?
Don't look at the sponge, look at the
Yeah,
rocks.
just looking at the rocks. Yeah, no more room for sponges.
That rock right there is a lot of that purple stuff, right?
This one.
Mhm.
Looks like a good rock. Lots of things.
What is that purple?
It's another octocoral. So sometimes it's the same one you picked up. They spread along and then they'll go up. The size looks pretty good. Try that one, please.
Lisa. This one's Lisa too.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we can't see the rock. Pick it up, put it on the lid of the other one, and then lift the lid.
Just put it on the lid and then pick up the same so the side close. Just pick up two of these. Go and pull up the lid.
Not cooperating.
You're gonna do some stuff.
Just get a quick clip grab of it. Okay. All right. That's a good rock.
Another one from right here? or-
Yeah. Oh yeah. No problem.
I mean, I see like that areas.
What about this one?
Sample 095, rock 7, weight 1.
Does it look like my jaws are in the wood?
That's good. No worries. Okay. Good to go. Thank you. Yeah.
Rock 8, 096, yellow 2. Now you gotta slurp like a crazy man.
Hey.
Now you have got to slurp like a crazy man.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Quick slip.
5 minutes.
We can. I've only done one. This kind of area here, just in and around the rocks, anywhere would be great.
Is this bucket 2? Bucket 2?
Bonus collection.
So what side of this sucks better? Better to have, like, get it flat?
If you're trying to get as much sunshine as possible, you know, it has like that little edge.
You could roll a rock out of the way again. Maybe one that'll move and then under the rock. Like, you know, some good things. There's just not a lot of sediment here. Yeah. Yeah.
Some stuff in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a whole lot.
So we're at the top of a ridge, and that's probably one of the reasons why there isn't very much. One of our growth of corals and sponges, which we were targeting. So good for some of the animals we wanted, but not so great for collecting sediments.
Well, 097 is in jar 2. That's what you want.
Nice. Good call. Might be stuck now.
You're pulling us up.
All right. Anything else?
Nope. That's a full basket. Thank you very much. We're about to leave bottom, and this is our second and final dive of the San Juan Seamount. Tune in tomorrow. We'll be diving a little bit south of
8 o'clock start?
8 o'clock start, Pacific time. So on bottom, 9 o'clock or so. And bye from us on Falkor until tomorrow.
Hey everybody, thanks for staying tuned. Yes, we're on the way up to the surface. As you can see, we are at 200 and some odd meters. We'll be seeing floats on surface here in the next 15 minutes or so. And then recovery. I'll let the live stream keep going so you can see the vehicle come on deck. But the audio will be off today. So enjoy the view. We'll end the stream here in a little bit. And if you're tuning in, we have on previous dives seen these blooms of pyrosomes. They're a, I don't know, Google it. I can't think of it off the top of my head today. Extremely tired. So for your viewing pleasure, you may see a lot of what is, I don't know, jelly type things, tubes in the water column. Yeah, I think they are individual organisms in a gelatinous tube. And yeah, it's pretty cool. We saw, I think we had it on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and all of that the other day. So we will be off deck tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. So probably live streaming around 7. We're heading down to Southwest Patton. Deeper dive tomorrow. Don't have it exactly planned out. So stay tuned. We are diving every day until the 5th. And then we're in port for a few days back in San Diego, and then we come back out. And the next expedition will be quite cool as well. All mid-water. So this is sort of what you'll be seeing on the next cruise, but Mbari's bringing, and the University of Rhode Island are bringing some pretty cool tools. And so lots of mid-water organism stuff. Yeah, and I think there might be one bottom dive, but I think they're only planning one. So they have a really cool, as you can see, I think that's a pyrosome going by now. J-Rod's going to stop for a minute here and give you a little zoom in on it. But there are many little organisms, kind of like a siphonophore, but not exactly. They're in the plankton family, Planktonus. They filter water. And yeah, nope, no Dougal. Different group of people. That's a pretty shot. A little out of focus. Brendan Phillips out of the University of Rhode Island, and they've been designing. So this is the next expedition is more. They're looking at organisms in the midwater, but also developing and designing tools to do that. So we did a 1-week engineering sea trial with the same group of people a couple years ago out of Hawaii. And the expedition was delayed due to COVID, and so now we're getting the opportunity to do that. So much like this expedition, it's a short one for the next one, and we'll be diving every day. But the dives will be slightly later. I believe they're scheduled for noon to midnight. What'd you say? Local time, Pacific. We are off the coast of California.
Oh, shit, J-Rob.
So I got 3 views up for you guys. You can see the aft deck in the upper right-hand corner. The aft camera, or what we call the umbilical camera, on the aft of the vehicle on the lower right. So you can see the umbilical, which is always attached to the ROV, and that's also attached to the ship. So as the two get closer, less and less wire. And then the camera on the left is the 4K camera still pointing forward. For those who weren't on yesterday, I talked through the recovery. Probably not talk as much today, but basically the pilot, who is J-Rod today, is backing the vehicle up towards the ship. Ship stays stationary. As the vehicle comes up and back, they pull the wire in. And it's a bit of a dance between all 3 things. Paying in. What was that? So as you can see, there's these yellow floats as you see the deckhands going towards the aft deck, off the vehicle. They create a bit like an S-curve so that the umbilical wire doesn't lay down on top of the vehicle when they're on the seafloor. So on recovery, they have to remove those, and on deployment, we put them on. So that's the first float off. Second float off. As you can see, there's some of that pyrosome organisms floating around. Not quite the bloom we saw the other day, but there's definitely some in the water column here. Nick's running the winch. Cody's running deck ops. I think we have Tony also on the aft deck. Tony on the aft deck? Is Tony on the aft deck? Can't tell who's out there. Tony is one of our deck officers. He's running operations on the aft deck, so he'll be running the A-frame. I think we have Liz and maybe Bob. Liz and Dante. Taking floats off. Don't tell her. As you can see on the aft deck there's some lines flaked out with some tagline clips, poles. So once the vehicle gets up out of the water, the deckhands clip in the vehicle, then the A-frame in, and they set it down on the frames that are there in the middle of the aft deck. So that's the first set of floats. There's a series of 10, and then a space and 2. Yeah, I don't know who turned the temperature down off of San Diego, but we'd appreciate the turn back up. We've been in pretty warm climates for the last year and a half. We're all getting a bit cold shocked. Is that both? Is that floats off? Is that floats off? All of them floats off? Okay.
Pretty much straight back right there, so.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better here than that. Got your floats? Alright, Tony, start A-framing in.
So that's Cody's call to have the A-frame. Are you guys still seeing this video on YouTube? Somebody holler at me. I just lost Facebook. Thanks, Kat. So that's 12 floats off. We should start seeing the props on the ship here shortly, but the water's been a little murky here. Not as clear as when we were in Australia. Okay, Nemo. Okay, Dory. Mm-hmm. So there's constant communication between the pilot and the deck operations on the aft deck. So J-Rod and Cody are in constant talk. We use a ClearCon system on the ship. So he's talking him back to the vessel. So as you can see, the yellow square is Sebastian. And that's ROV out of the water. I just did it. That's why I said I just did your O2 and CTD. Must be a cable on that 3 because they're like flashing. So the deckhands have just attached the taglines to the vehicle.
If I click down
opening the latches, which is what keeps the vehicle in the docking head when they're pulling the A-frame in and over to the deck. And so they're going into low tension, which is what then allows them to pay out the winch and lower the ROV onto the deck.